Hello, and welcome to the Symposium hosted by the Center for Computational Thinking at Duke University. My name is Matthew Hershey, and as the director of the center, it's my pleasure to kick off this exciting event. Today, we'll hear about how computational thinking is being integrated into a wide range of disciplines, ranging from art to humanities and science and beyond. We'll end this celebration today with an announcement of the winners of this year's AI for Art competition. But to start, I'm joined today by three distinguished guests. First, we have Valerie Ashby, Dean of the Trinity College of Arts and Sciences at Duke University. Second, we have Jerry Lynch, Dean of the Pratt School of Engineering at Duke University. And finally, we have Sally Kornbluth, Provost of Duke University. So thank you, all of you, for being here with us today. And so in this first session, I thought we'd have a sort of relaxed and engaging roundtable discussion about computational thinking. And so I'd actually address the first question to you, Dean Ashby, in thinking about the history of computational thinking. And so from your perspective, what were some of the events that you saw at Duke University that precipitated the need for a center like this one?
So thank you, Matt, for leading this today. I'm delighted to be here to talk about this subject. So for me, this really began, and I would say that this began with Jerry's predecessor and also with Provost Kornbluth, and actually with more deans across the schools, but certainly with the three of us in thinking about the Duke Science and Technology Initiative. And that's where this began. And the three focal areas for DST are computing, material science, and biologic resilience. And there are several other areas we're touching in DST, but those are our focal points. And so when we started to think about computing, and when I say computing, I'm not talking about a particular department, I'm talking about computing broadly. When we started to think about computing and how we were going to move that forward in research and teaching and service, because we don't think about any of those as being separate for us at Duke, we really started to think about the areas of research, but also then how are we going to keep teaching on that same trajectory to be able to deliver the education that we wanted to all of our students, not just in our schools, but across the university. And so we started thinking about a soft mechanism to be able to do that. And I say soft because we're not talking about a center that is, has bricks and mortar or even has faculty lines within it, but a mechanism for all of our students and faculty to be able to find easy pathways in their teaching and learning experiences. So if you want to do something unique in your course or something in your research, or you should be able to find how to do that at Duke easily. And so we started thinking also about computing broadly. I've mentioned CS and ECE, well, ECE, Electrical and Computer Engineering in the Pratt School and computer science within Trinity. But we were thinking, computing is ubiquitous, right? And all of our students should be educated in this space to be great citizens. And so we started thinking across all of the sciences, mathematics, biology, statistics, all of those science departments and the other departments within Pratt, but also across all of the disciplines. So now we're thinking across the humanities, and not just the humanities, by the way, within Trinity, right? But the humanities and the social sciences. And we recognize that there's a lot of teaching and learning and computing that already happens in those spaces, but how did we give all those students in those disciplines access and prepare those students not just with technical skills, but also thinking about how you generally think about solving complex problems with some version of equity and some version of considering even unintended consequences. And so there we were. That's a big idea. And so we wanted to leverage all of the creative and highly subscribed also co-curricular activities at Duke and really pull this together in a way that we could create a legible entry for all of our students, a legible entry for all of our faculty, clear pathways so that you could find what you needed in real time for teaching, research, and service, and yet have much flexibility. So you didn't have to be a major or minor, that sort of thing. And so this is the mechanism that we created, along with, of course, all of our faculty giving input to this, not just to build out content, but really to make sure that every student could have access, and find their way to this. And the final thing that I'll just say, Matt, is it was really important for us to leverage the beauty of the interdisciplinarity of Duke. This is not just about the undergraduate and graduate students, it's about professional students, law, nursing, medicine, public policy, across the disciplines. And so This is a great tool because it gives us a clear pathway, and I'm excited about the launch and what our faculty are creating and what our students will now have access to as a matter of course at Duke. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, well, we can share your enthusiasm. So then I'll turn the next question then to Dean Lynch in thinking about some of the modern challenges and how we're thinking about computational thinking today. So why don't you share with us how you think about computational thinking and what it means when we are starting to infuse computational thinking into disciplines as wide-ranging from the technical majors to those that are historically less computational.
Hey, great. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to partake in this discussion this afternoon. For me, when I think about computational thinking at Duke and what makes it such a transformative initiative is the way that it provides students with capacity to think differently about the problems that they're trying to solve, whether these are problems they're solving in the classroom and their learning environments here at Duke, or how they're going to solve problems when they leave Duke and are professionals out in the workplace. The power of computational thinking and the way that the program is designed is that it really provides a wealth of opportunities for students to acquire knowledge about computational tools, how they work, how they go together, and the way that one can use those tools to solve problems. And as Valerie mentioned, what's really powerful about computational thinking is the adoption of a modular approach to creating those curricular elements. Really providing bite-sized approaches to giving students access to computational education, providing easier access points into the curriculum, and most importantly, allowing computer to be better contextualized, if you will, in application spaces that maybe are not computationally based, specifically bringing computational modular elements into non-computing based classes to show students the power that computing can have in these other spaces. And when I look at the program, why I am very excited and why I think it's such a game-changing program for Duke is because of the importance that these skills have for all of our students going out. Undoubtedly, the world is increasingly getting more digital. Data and computing permeate almost every facet of our society and our daily lives. We see examples of it almost everywhere, from self-driving cars that are relying on data to automate their control algorithms, to medicine and digital health leading to improved outcomes. We see it in finance when we think about cryptocurrencies and fintech, all the way even to notions of democracy, how we work as a society with democratic institutions, data driving, if you will, understanding of the electorate, or how we're even framing questions that our society is trying to tackle. So it's important that our students have that fluency in computing and data to be able to excel in their professional pursuits, as well as citizens in our society, recognizing how digital our society is becoming. And also, I think Valerie touched on a very important part that I think is core to the identity of computational thinking here at Duke, and that is thinking about computing and data and these technologies, not just to solve problems, but really thinking about the benefits we all receive when we solve those problems, thinking about the equity behind those benefits, and really giving a lot of thought, both before we deploy these systems to how we, after deploy them, use these systems, about the ethics that sit behind computing and data and the role that it plays in society.
Yeah, very well put. I would absolutely agree that our world is getting more and more complex and more data rich, and therefore we need more and different tools than historically in order to navigate this. And so then I might just turn the last question over to Provost Kornbluth. We've looked briefly at the history of computational thinking at Duke, and Dean Lynch described some of the current thinking. So what does the future of computational thinking look like, in your opinion?
Yeah, thanks very much, Matt. And, probably no surprise, I'm going to lean in a little bit and amplify some of the comments that Valerie and Jerry gave, because it's really sort of the past and lead up to it and the current needs that help to dictate, what the future looks like here. So just to echo some of these points, My thinking is that Duke will be a place where all students are data literate. That doesn't mean all students are going to be computer science majors, but as Jerry and Valerie both said, having some sort of computational sophistication to navigate the world, regardless of the discipline of whether it's a faculty member or a student, they'll be able to take advantage of computational approaches so that faculty work is not limited in any way by a lack of computational expertise. As Valerie mentioned, that there will be opportunities for collaboration across schools in the computational area. And just to add to Jerry's comment about modularity, part of that is also thinking about just in time. I mean, we've all done work where it suddenly occurs to us that we need a certain sort of expertise and we have no idea how to get it. I would like that everybody at Duke knows that when they need computational approaches, if they don't have the expertise, there's a place to go, a sort of, one-stop shop. We want to serve different categories of students, as was alluded to, we do have plenty of students in technical majors where they can still find, add-ons, personalized, flexible pathways through an interdisciplinary curriculum. We see this, with student interest in AI and machine learning, for instance, who may be a major in Pratt, they may be a major in Trinity, but we want to offer them access to areas that will complement some of the work that they're doing in their majors. In non-technical majors, such as the humanities, we really want to infuse computational thinking into the curriculum. We want students across disciplines to be able to take, advantage of what we know that goes on in our more computational majors. For instance, the newest is computational media, which is between computer science and visual and media studies. These are students who, traditionally may have more humanities interests, but really want to bring, computational expertise to bear. Valerie and Jerry both alluded to sort of co-curricular offerings. I really want any Duke student to explore to be able to explore computational topics via these co-curricular opportunities, courses, workshops, summer programs, internships. One of the newest ones, I think probably everyone's aware that Duke is really trying to put a stake in the ground as the climate university, meaning that we really can understand climate change across the university. And Climate Plus is a new program to apply cutting-edge data science methods to climate challenges. And so, these are the kinds of things I'd like to see in all different intellectual areas moving forward. And then again, just broad computational literacy, enabling students to understand the impact of technology, to harness the power of technology in their life, and really to be a responsible citizen in our society. We're starting to think about broad university courses. So for example, I think many people here know that we've had a broad university course on race. This year, we're going to start doing one on climate. I'd love to see one on digital literacy that's accessible to all of our students. So the future will be data expertise, computational thinking available everywhere, but not in a one-size-fits-all way, but really in a tailored, modular, just-in-time way. And I'm very enthusiastic that CCT will bring us to that point. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And on that note, part of the motivation to have a symposium today and to live stream it and share it broadly is so that we can share the things that we're doing here with the rest of the world, so we can move one step closer towards more equitable education and access to these materials. So thank you, all three of you, for participating today. And at this time, I'm going to pass the baton over to our symposium director, Shelley Rusinkovich, who is going to announce and introduce the next session. So again, Valerie, Jerry, Sally, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you.
And what a wonderful way to open the symposium today. Thank you all very much. For our next panel, we'll be hearing from AI Health on the subject of what does ethical and equitable data science mean. I invite our panelists to turn on their videos and unmute themselves, and for our moderator, Matt Campesina, to introduce the group.
Thank you very much, Shelley. It's my pleasure to be here, starting this session and following the theme that our distinguished panelists have spoken about. We want to talk about the work that AI Health is stimulating in truly interdisciplinary approach, which brings data science, clinical research questions, as well as considerations of health equity and ethical applications together. I will give a brief introduction to our set of panelists that are here, and also brief intro to AI health and the major themes and programs that we will be covering. So the focus of AI health is on making ethical and equitable data science a reality across Duke and beyond. And we are a partnership between the university as well as the health system at Duke, and closely connected with the Duke Clinical and Translational Science Institute. We operate in the 5 major areas of focus. Some are a little closer to the Duke Health side, some are closer to the university side, like education and research, versus on the health side, the quality of care as well as data. And then we're also very focused on evaluation of AI. In that regard, we're one of the unique units in the national and international ecosystem, where we really realizing the potential that artificial intelligence and data science can bring to bear in health. We are also aware that if it's not done with true focus on benefiting human beings and in promoting health equity rather than exacerbating inequities, this whole potential will not be realized. And very importantly, this is not just a task for data scientists. We need a truly multidisciplinary approach, people from all different sides of research, academia, health, and society coming together to make it a reality. So very briefly, the programs we'll be talking about include the algorithm-based clinical decision support oversight function. This is a program created in partnership between the research side and the health system side, with commitment of the health system chancellor that no new algorithm will be applied to Duke patients until it has been evaluated for its performance, its usability, but also health equity. And Michael Carey, our new AI health equity scholar, will tell us more how he envisions it happening. We will also hear about the work in the Collaborative to Advance Clinical Health Equity. It's a program started by Rick Shannon, the Chief Quality Officer in Duke Health, that really intends to redesign the care delivery. To quote Rick, there is no quality without equity, and data science is a critical component of that process. A couple of other programs that might be of interest: our AI Health Proposal Studios, directed at clinical and translational researchers looking for collaborations in data science, social sciences, and other aspects of research, working on interdisciplinary projects. These individuals applying for grants seek help from data scientists and beyond in making their proposals stronger. And we intend to create collaborations. And Fanli and Maciej Mazurowski are the leaders of the program. Also, our AI Health Data Studio seminar program is created in response to what we heard from many investigators, especially on the university side, saying we are interested in working with health data, but access is difficult. We don't know who to talk to. It's just too cumbersome. So we're trying to simplify it and talk about the health data that's available to researchers, and also with the intention of creating bridges and building collaborations. So I will stop here and invite Michael Carey to tell us about his work on health equity and how he envisions algorithms being infused with the equity lens from the beginning, from the start of the process, all through the clinical implementation.
All right, thank you for that introduction, Michael. I appreciate that. And hello, friends. My name is Michael Carey, and I am delighted to be here with you today to celebrate more broadly computational thinking at Duke, but more specifically, doing this session, advancing equity in data science and artificial intelligence as it is applied in health and healthcare domains. A little bit of background. So I am a PhD prepared nurse who is duly trained as a clinical researcher and as an applied data scientist. And while my earlier research has identified risk factors for adverse outcomes and documented health disparities among older adults suffering from traumatic injuries such as hip fractures and receiving care in rehabilitation settings, more recent efforts have focused on building prediction models using machine learning algorithms that support data-driven decision-making and evaluating the impact of these decision tools used in healthcare delivery. So altogether, my work sits at this intersection of patient care, equity, and data science, which has really prepared me for my new role as the inaugural AI Health Equity Scholar, which began 2 days ago. And I will share a little bit more about that in the slides to follow. But first, let me set the stage in helping you better understand what is equitable data science. And it might help to define the meaning of the word equity. Equity is often confused with equality, but in reality, the two terms have little in common. Put simply, equality means everyone gets the same starting point, and what happens after that is up to them. On the other hand, equity means recognizing that we do not all start from the same place, and we must acknowledge that. And in making the adjustments to those imbalances are critically important. This is an ongoing process requiring us to kind of identify and overcome the barriers that are baked in our systems. So let me quickly define data science now, which is an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge from structured and unstructured data and apply that knowledge in ways that inform decisions across a broad range of domains. So when we begin to consider what equitable data science is in health and healthcare, we're really talking about a new and emerging approach in which we apply an equity lens on how we collect, interpret, and then report information for guiding decisions in clinical practice. So there's great promise associated with the use of data science and AI applied in healthcare. One excellent example is our very own Sepsis Watch, which is an early alert system that went live within our emergency department several years ago. And sepsis is when the body has a severe response to an infection, which can quickly lead to organ failure and death. And nationally, patients diagnosed with sepsis have a 28% mortality rate. And this is associated with significant cost to the health system. So clearly, this is a problem with significant health and cost implications, which is why early detection and treatment of sepsis is key to improving clinical outcomes. Now, while there are several promising examples of data science and AI-driven implications or applications in healthcare, I want us to consider some of the challenges that might limit the application and advancement of these types of tools in clinical settings, such as the limited workforce training and education. While many of these tools are designed by incredibly smart individuals, they may not have health domain experience. There is also a little diverse representation in the teams that design, implement, and evaluate these tools. And another challenge or other challenges might be the lack of workflow integration and system interoperability. So these are just a couple of challenges, but there are many, many others. This is why Duke AI Health has created this multidisciplinary campus-wide initiative, which brings together the necessary expertise across multiple schools and centers and institutes at Duke to kind of tackle these complex challenges, particularly when it comes to evaluating and implementing data science and artificial intelligence. in the Duke Health System. So quickly, I want to share with you the Duke algorithm-based clinical decision support, or as we refer to it, ABCDS oversight framework. So this framework created by the Duke AI Health Oversight Committee, it was designed for the governance and evaluation of these clinical evaluations, clinical algorithms deployed within the Duke Health System, and is designed to kind of foster high quality patient care by introducing these checkpoints throughout the different stages, from model or algorithm development to deployment. And throughout these different stages, there are several subcommittees that provide guidance in areas of regulation, evaluation and implementation, and monitoring. As an inaugural AI Health Equity Scholar and a new member of the ABCDS Oversight Committee, I'm tasked with looking at current structures and processes to ensure that the health equity principles are applied in the evaluation and implementation principles that are applied, I'm tasked to ensure that these health equity principles are applied in the evaluation and implementation of these clinical algorithms, and to help create mitigation strategies for removing any potential bias in the algorithms and AI-enabled tools that might limit our ability to achieving health equity in our healthcare system. So I'm very excited about this opportunity, and I believe it really has important implications for patient care. So thank you for your time today and giving me the opportunity to share some of this exciting work, and I look forward to the discussion that follows.
Thank you very much, Michael, for this great introduction and overview of your role and contributions. We're moving on. Our next speaker is Jackie Henson, and Jackie will be talking to us about the work in the field of gastroenterology, colorectal cancer screening, and the work we're doing in CACHE, the Coalition of Advancing Clinical Health Equity.
All right, so thank you, Michael, for that introduction, and thanks for the opportunity to be here to tell you about our CACHE colorectal cancer project, which I've been lucky to be a part of the last several months. So colorectal cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in the US, and unfortunately disproportionately affects people from low socioeconomic status, as well as some racial minorities. We know that death from colorectal cancer is significantly reduced with adequate screening, and that differences in adherence to screening account for a large part of these disparities. Some reasons for this are that screening requires access to a usual source of healthcare, and optimal screening is with a colonoscopy, which usually requires a patient as well as a family member or friend to take time off of work and have access to transportation. And there are likely barriers to other forms of screening as well. So the Collaborative to Advance Clinical Health Equity, or CACHE, in colorectal cancer group was established with the goal to identify disparities in colorectal cancer within the Duke Health System, including access to screening, which is what I'll focus on today. So for this project, we're using data from the Duke electronic health record, and have identified patients with a Duke primary care physician who are ages 50 to 75 and otherwise eligible for colon cancer screening. We're looking at appropriate participation in colon cancer screening, which can include a colonoscopy within the last 10 years, a flexible sigmoidoscopy, which is sort of a mini colonoscopy within the last 5 years, stool testing within the last 1 to 3 years, depending on the type, or being indicated by their provider as being up to date in the electronic health record. We have started with a cross-sectional analysis of current adherence data and have plans for a more prospective design as well. So when we looked at adherence to colon cancer screening by sociodemographic factors, we predominantly found differences by socioeconomic status. So this figure here shows adherence to colon cancer screening by insurance type. And you can see that individuals with Medicaid insurance were much less likely to be participating in colon cancer screening compared to those with private insurance or with Medicare. We found a similar trend when looking at community level socioeconomic status. So the area of deprivation index is a composite measure of neighborhood level socioeconomic deprivation that is calculated using census data and then presented by its state decile. And you can see that as the area of deprivation index increased, we found a decreasing proportion of individuals who were adherent to colon cancer screening, with an absolute difference of around 10% between the most disadvantaged and least disadvantaged communities. When we looked at this more closely by screening modality, we found that this was predominantly driven by differences in receipt of a colonoscopy. So in this figure, the blue bar represents proportion of individuals receiving a colonoscopy, while the white bar represents the other screening modalities. And you can see that while the proportion receiving the other screening modalities was fairly similar, there was a large difference in the proportion receiving a colonoscopy. There was a similar trend when looking at the area of deprivation index. And you can see that as the community disadvantage or deprivation increased, the proportion receiving a colonoscopy decreased, while the proportion receiving other screening modalities was overall fairly similar. So from this, we can draw some preliminary conclusions that there are some disparities in participation in colorectal cancer screening within the Duke Health system, as seen nationally. This is predominantly in individuals in communities of lower socioeconomic status, and it's driven largely by differences in colonoscopies. And we need some further investigation into these and other factors in order to design some interventions to mitigate these disparities. There are some challenges and limitations to this work. So first is that the electronic health record data is complex, as has been mentioned. We're fortunate here to have individuals who are very experienced in working with this, but it does present a challenge. There is a lack of data on individuals who are not engaged in regular primary care. So patients who are predominantly seeking care in urgent care or in the emergency room won't be included. And so we'll likely include some of the most disadvantaged individuals and underestimate some disparities. And then we're limited to events that are captured within the Duke Health system. So some may have had screening elsewhere that has not been reported. And then there are nuances to reasons for testing that are not captured. So patients may have had one of these procedures performed for symptoms as opposed to for screening. And it's difficult to tease this out with the data we have. Despite these limitations, though, there's really a wealth of data in the electronic health record, and we're optimistic that we can use it effectively, identify any disparities that exist, and then design some interventions to mitigate these. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And I think it's a nice example of data science in action, really identifying the problems and getting ready for intervention. Our next speaker is Ricardo Henao, our Chief AI Scientist in AI Health, and he will tell us how we can enable ethical and equitable data science with machine learning, fields that maybe we have not thought about being so closely connected, but we're changing it.
Thank you, Michael. So I am just going to briefly switch gears a little bit here, and we are going to talk about the opportunities that machine learning represents in improving ethical and equitable data science. And I also want to thank Michael for setting the stage and providing very succinct and good definitions of equitable data science. So as most of you are probably well aware, machine learning has resulted in a number of big wins in the last 5 to 10 years in diverse areas such as computer vision and natural language processing. The examples that I have here are 3 examples from the health data science field. On the left, one in computer vision, very famous paper on a deep learning model for diabetic retinopathy. The one on the right, a very famous paper as well of a reinforcement learning algorithm for protein structure prediction called AlphaFold. And the one in the bottom, which is called BioBird, from the natural language processing literature as a model to embed medical context for the purposes of better natural language processing algorithms in clinical practice. However, machine learning hasn't been able to provide big wins in some scenarios. So I am going to tell you a little bit about one of such scenarios. And for that, I am going to use one use case that ties very nicely into the questions of equity. And this is precisely one question about a stroke risk prediction. And this is as part, I am going to use an example of a study that is called REGARDS. But first, let me tell you that stroke is the third leading cause of death in the US, is the leading cause of disability in the US, and it is well understood by now that more Blacks die from stroke than whites. However, early work in stroke had prioritized Caucasian populations for one reason or another. And the REGARD study was created specifically to understand factors of risk, but trying to understand differences between different races and geographic differences. As you can see in the bottom right, there's a marked difference in race and geographic location in the participants of the study. We are talking about north of 30,000 participants. Now, from the perspective of modeling clinical decision support and machine learning, the goal is estimating risk in an accurate and equitable way to aid with better prevention strategies. Now, the problem is that in situations like risk prediction, machine learning models do not necessarily work better than relatively simple statistical alternatives. So the table that you have on the bottom shows performance characteristics of different models. And what I want to draw your attention to is the second and the third columns that present overall performance characteristics of 4 different models. Larger numbers closer to 1 are better. And what you can see is that a very well understood classical model proposed in the 70s has almost the same performance than a more sophisticated machine learning model that was proposed 5-6 years ago. However, if we start looking closely at the performance characteristics of those models, what we realize is that that original model that has good overall performance characteristics has poor calibration. Now, since I am aware that not all of you might be familiar with the concept of calibration, let me just give you a very broad idea of that. So if we were to take the prediction from the model, and then we call that predicted risk, and we were to plot them against the actual risk observed retrospectively, we want those to be correlated pretty nicely. So we want them to follow that blue line. If our predictions are above the blue line, we are underestimated risk. If they are below the blue line, we are overestimated risk. So what happens is that if we take the predictions from this very well-established model, which is called Cox proportional hazards, what we realize, if you look at the figure on the right, is that we are overestimating risk for both Black and white patients, but then overestimation of risk is worse in white patients, meaning that we are underestimating risk on Black patients, despite the fact that Black patients have a higher baseline risk for stroke. Now, if we take the more sophisticated model, the one proposed around 2016, which we call DeepServe, as you can see, comparing the plot from the top and the bottom, well, the model is better calibrated. Now, it doesn't have performance characteristics, what we call C-index, that are significantly better than this very well-established statistical model. But in terms of calibration, you can see not only that visually, but quantitatively, the differences are very large. And at the same time, we see that not only the model is better calibrated, but there are smaller differences between the risks that are being estimated for Black and white individuals, which means that these risk estimates provide better equitable access to preventive strategies. So now the conclusion of this very simplified use case is that there is an unmet opportunity for machine learning to, instead of trying to push for improved overall performance metrics, to try to improve equitable metrics that improve the usability and equity of machine learning in clinical practice. But then at the same time, there's an unmet opportunity to improve machine learning models to directly optimize those models in the context of equity to further improve the performance of these models in terms of equity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I think this is a really interesting opportunity for data scientists, right? How can we use the state-of-the-art, most sophisticated tools at our disposal to really enhance equity? And as Ricardo is showing, it's not a given. Having a fancy advanced model doesn't guarantee that we do better than the tools that have been with us for the last, 40 or 50 years. So interesting work ahead of us. Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Mary-Louise Meng, will tell us about the use of data science in her work with high-risk pregnancies and how can we make things better for moms and babies.
Thanks for that introduction, Michael, and for the opportunity to present. So I'm going to describe what we've done so far. It's just the beginning, looking at racial disparities in maternal morbidity here at Duke. So I have no disclosures, but some of this work is funded from FAIR and the Duke CTSA. So maternal morbidity is basically any event that happens to an obstetric patient, to a mom who's giving birth at the time of delivery that might have short-term outcomes for her health or long-term outcomes. So you can see over here on the right, these morbidity events as defined by the CDC are anything from basically a heart attack, kidney failure, stroke, complications from the anesthesia, needing to have your uterus removed because of severe bleeding or infection. What the CDC has showed us is that morbidity occurs more commonly in Black patients in America than in white patients. So I'm sure you've all heard that the death rate of a Black patient in America when she's giving birth is 3 times that of a white woman. So death is not a common outcome, but these peri-death, before death, precursor events, morbidities, are also an issue, and probably a greater issue and more so in Black patients than white patients. So we aimed to look just at Duke at the rate of our maternal morbidity in Black patients compared to white patients, and to look at different payer status. So our hypothesis was that Black patients with Medicaid would have more morbidity events compared to white patients. So this was a cross-sectional observational study of deliveries at Duke. So we're a referral center, so we get the sickest patients in North Carolina over this 5-year period from January 2016 to 2020. We looked at patients that were self-identified and recorded in the EMR as Black and white, and that had Medicaid or private insurance. Our primary outcome was the ICD codes and procedure codes for the CDC-defined maternal morbidity events at hospitalization or readmission within a year. We looked at all deliveries using the procedure and ICD codes. We did not include blood transfusion. Blood transfusion is one of the most common morbidity events, but we wanted to look at other organ system dysfunction. So the groups were compared with a chi-square test, and we used logistic regression to estimate the odds of maternal morbidity, and we adjusted for age, obesity, and the route of delivery. So that's important because C-section is surgery and a vaginal delivery is not. So there is a much higher risk of infection and bleeding and complications when a woman delivers via cesarean than vaginally. So what we saw across the 4 populations is that Black patients were overall younger than white patients. Black women had more cesareans, which is going to confer more risk, so we have to adjust for that. And Black patients have more obesity compared to white patients and end up with more C-sections compared to white patients. So if we looked at non-transfusion morbidity, Black patients, 4% of them overall basically had a morbidity event compared to about 2% of white patients. So that's double. And so when we did our adjusted analysis, we saw that Black Medicaid patients were over twice as likely to experience non-transfusion morbidity compared to white patients with private insurance here at our home institution. So the next steps would be to use the electronic health record and artificial intelligence to develop models to predict who is going to develop severe maternal morbidity so that we can add interventions to specific types of morbidity events to prevent them in women.
Thank you very much, Mary Louise. Very, very important work, and I will say the important piece here that's striking. This is happening at Duke, right? We're not looking at some outside external national data, somebody else having problems or dealing with disparity. This is here at our prime academic medical center. And we need to do better, but I think what you're showing, we need to start with quantifying the issues, identifying them, and now it's time to go and start asking the questions why we're seeing the problems, and then thinking of meaningful interventions. Part of the projects we're describing here is data science, and the data science is powered by our AI Health Fellowship program that Lisa Rack will be talking to us about. The program is one of the key offerings of AI Health, enabling these fellows to work with clinicians and other scientists addressing key problems that were described here. Lisa, please.
Thank you, Michael. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. As Michael mentioned, I am the director of the Duke AI Health Data Science Fellowship Program, and I'm going to spend a few minutes today telling you about the program and hopefully convincing some of you that you'd like to apply to be a fellow in the program, as we have some applications out, and you'll be hearing more about that in a moment. Basically, the program has two parallel goals. We are, as described here on the screen, so we are doing health data science. We place fellows in projects to do the work, to get the health data science done while they are training. We provide a framework for training so that we are preparing the health data science workforce of the future. As Michael mentioned, the fellowship program is part of the larger Duke AI Health initiative with the focus, as I said, on data science with healthcare applications. It's a 2-year training program, and it's very much modeled on a clinical fellowship approach. We look for candidates with very strong quantitative backgrounds. So we're looking for biostatistics, statistics, BME, we've had economics applicants, so a broad range of quantitative fields are of interest to us. And generally, we're looking for candidates who are recent master's graduates, although there is some flexibility around that. The program was launched in fall of 2019. We've had about 12 fellows so far. We tend to have 8 to 10 fellows at a time. So when we bring in a fellow, what we do is we place them in a project, and we really are throwing them in the deep end of health data science. And they have the opportunity to work on important projects that are really making a difference in clinical care. And you see here some examples of projects that fellows have been placed in so far. You've heard some descriptions of cachet kinds of projects, and we'll be bringing in more fellows to work on cachet projects in the future. So we're very excited about that application process. But as we're saying, so I said we throw the fellows into the deep end and put them on these projects, but we build a structure around them. And the idea is that the structure is there to ensure that they're succeeding in the health data science projects that they're working on and learning at the same time. And we think of it very much as dual communities. So the fellows are placed in these interdisciplinary data science teams. So that's sort of within the context of the clinical department where they're working. And they're paired with a clinical lead who's generally a faculty in School of Medicine or in the health system. And they are generally the ones who have identified the clinical problem or providing the clinical context and driving things forward. We also, on these teams, have a quantitative lead. So that's faculty from one of the quantitative departments at Duke. And they are providing not just mentoring to the fellow, but they're driving the quantitative methods for the project. And then depending on the project and maybe the personalities of the quantitative lead and needs of the fellows, we sometimes will also assign a statistical mentor, which is a staff statistician, and they're sort of boots on the ground, helping the fellow with day-to-day How do they connect to the server, the computing server, and just sort of very practical kinds of questions. If the project needs it, we'll place an informaticist. We always have project leaders associated with these projects. We just want to make sure that there's somebody whose job it is to make sure that things are getting done on time, deliverables are being met, and everything's moving forward. So that's the data science teams, the sort of the project side community. And then the fellows also are embedded very much in the fellowship program community. And that consists of program leadership, which is me and Associate Director Silvana Lovere. Also statistical mentors that are associated with the program that overlap very much with the statistical mentors I described for the interdisciplinary data science teams, and then other fellows. We have sort of formal and informal approaches to bringing the fellows together. They present to each other, they share tips and tricks and challenges, and socially they get together a lot too, I understand. And then finally, to make sure that learning is happening while the data science is getting done, we've specified learning objectives for the program. And you'll see here several objectives written out. These are the broad, general objectives for everyone. We also work with fellows when they start in the program to tailor these objectives to their career goals and interests. And then we check in with them periodically to ensure that they're doing things to move forward in meeting all these objectives. But you'll see here like different categories of objectives. We start with making sure the fellows can comprehend and understand the big picture clinical question. These objectives here in the green font, are related to what I would call good data science practice. So objectives around understanding the data, applying appropriate methodologies, reproducibility, and using good programming practices. We also really emphasize communications. I think we can all agree that a good data scientist will have excellent communication skills. And we push the fellows hard on that and give them a lot of opportunities to practice and improve, and they get a lot of feedback on that. And then these objectives here in purple are related more to growth. So self-awareness, encouraging fellows to be constantly learning and growing, both in terms of their soft skills and then also their technical skills as well. And then I'd like to touch on this objective here around diversity, equity, and inclusion, especially in light of the theme of this panel discussion and some of the topics that prior presenters have touched on. We have this objective around DEI, and we think of it in a couple of contexts. One is the workplace. So, how you often would think of DEI. So, we encourage the fellows to have conversations with colleagues to look at how their project teams are working and encouraging an inclusive environment. But we also really want them thinking about health equity principles and learning about that. And so going to trainings, thinking about how it applies in the context of the work that they're doing, and building a library for the program to help with these sorts of things. And we encourage fellows to contribute constantly to that library as they learn more. And Michael Carey, I have to tell you that I've made a note that I'm going to reach out and ask you to come speak with our fellows. That's one of the things we do, is have speakers come in to talk with the fellows about, sort of scientific areas, but also career growth opportunities and so on. And Michael, I would love it if you would come talk with us. So we'll be reaching out. So in conclusion, to go back to my first point, which is I hope I've convinced some of you that you would like to apply to the fellowship program. I believe that there should be a link to the announcement and application being posted in the chat. And of course, if you are interested, feel free to reach out to me. I'm always happy to talk about the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for the description of the fellowship. And I think this is a really good example how our thinking and educational objectives are changing, right? The computational thinking is permeating what we do, as different speakers have shown. But then on the other hand is bringing in the social context into the training of data scientists and how we think about data science and what is happening is different, is hopefully better. And this is truly an interdisciplinary work, right? Gone are the times, we hope, that data scientists sat in their corners, focused just on writing scripts and programming. I think there is a larger context and a larger opportunity for us as human beings to really make ethical and equitable decisions in everything we do. Thank you so much to our speakers. Thank you to all our audience. Hopefully this was interesting and useful for you as it has been for me. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for such a wonderful presentation. At this time, we'll go to break and we'll resume with our next session at 2 o'clock Eastern Time.
Hey, Jonathan, quick question.
Go ahead, Wilkins.
Well, this is being recorded, so I'll text you over the chat.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's now 2 o'clock, and we'll be beginning the Computational Empowered Science. I think I had one too many computationals in there. So I now invite the panel to come onto video and invite the moderator to introduce the session.
Great. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you so much. Let's see if that all looks right. Very good. So we have a distinguished panel here today to talk to you, to give you 4 little vignettes. Wilkins Aquino, who's a distinguished professor of mechanical engineering and material science. Oops, somebody's video is blocked. Ingrid Dobeschies, who's the Duke Professor of Mathematics, JB Duke Professor of Mathematics and Electrical Engineering. Junfeng Liu, who's a Professor of Mathematics, and Mark Reiser, who's a Professor of Population Science and Mathematics. So computing has become central to the modern scientific and technological enterprise. It is not just about doing more, bigger, and better and faster. It's equally about how computing helps us reimagine our approach and reframe a problem. It allows us to develop conceptual frameworks that are impossible without modern computing. For examples include modern Bayesian statistics, machine learning, and our approaches to modern science. In my own personal work, I see it how it allows me to develop new frameworks to evaluate fairness to redistributing problems. Here, I've picked 4 vignettes. We've picked 4 vignettes the CCT has. It's a bit of a mission impossible across all of Duke, but I hope you will see in this diverse set of cutting edge computational problems how they've been developed hand in hand with new perspectives on the problems themselves. So to start off, we'll start with Ingrid Dobeschies, and I'm going to run the slide deck. So let's just go right ahead to Ingrid.
Okay, so please, can I get my first slide? And so I'm going to tell you about a collaboration with the lab of Doug Boyer in evolutionary anthropology here at Duke. And they study teeth and bones with homologous features, meaning with features that are similar in function. And they want to compare them quantitatively, study them statistically, and because they want typically to test different hypotheses of evolution. Next slide, please. So the standard way of doing that is when you have, for instance, here a collection of teeth that you want to compare, is that people would mark. They used to do it by hand, and they now do it on computer, but they would mark homologous features, and they would then take those points with their coordinates as a proxy for those surfaces and compute distances by moving one of the 10 points on one surface as close to the 10 points on the other surface as possible, and look at all the sum of the square distances. That's the procrustes distance. Next slide, please. Now, they want to do this in a way that does as well for biological purposes as the procrustes distance, but automatically, without having to mark lots of bones and teeth. There are many reasons for that, but one of them is that if you have to mark them by hand, you will just do enough that you can do a study that is statistically significant, and you're not using the 99% other samples that you have in your museums and collections, which would, if you could use them all, which would give you much more definitive results. So that's one reason. There are many others. Next slide, please. So we can, of course, do a similar thing, computational. We can put a lot of points on one surface, a lot of points on the other surface, and then find the correspondence of those lots of points more or less equally distributed. That does the similar thing as well. And we call that the continuous procrustes distance. And we were very proud of it at the start 10 years ago because it was very good. And so we call it the CP distance, continuous procrustes. And here you see 2 teeth, and you see a texture on one tooth transported to the other tooth by means of the mapping that we found through such optimization. Yes, next slide, please. And here is an example of a placement of 5 groups of each of related species that are clearly where we have 10 exemplars. They're reasonably nicely separated by means of this automatic method, at least as well as they were done by the manual method. Next slide, please. But in fact, we can do much, much, much better, because what you saw in that graph of all these points was that some things were close to each other and some things were far from each other. And we can use a computational approach, something that would have been completely impossible without computation, to get a better insight in that collection, which probably has a lot of structure inside this high dimensional space in which we embedded it. I mean, hundreds of points, each with 3 coordinates. I mean, we're in the thousands of coordinates for a surface. So what happens is that in that enormous space, there is some very sparse structure that represent teeth of lemurs, and when things are very close to each other on that sparse structure, it's reasonable to approximate it by a little tangent surface. And you can, next slide, please, and we can slowly march to the next 3 slides. You can, within each of those, look at what are called random walks, for which we have beautiful ways of computing them and of understanding them physically. And then by jumping from one to the other, you can make a longer random walk. Now you're no longer on the data set. Next slide, please. It's a little bit like these little slivers that are all a sequence on animals. I mean, each one of them is nice and flat, but and they overlap, but together they give you an impression of the whole surface. And that's a similar thing to what's happening in these diffusion methods. Next slide, please. And so by building these random walks, we understand how diffusion works in the data set, and that tells us a lot about the geometry. And then we can understand a better way of building distances. And that's what I show here on the right, with exactly the same data set. From the continuous procrustes distance, we get to these diffusion distances, to the point they're so much better that we have started to call the continuous procrustes the crappy distances, because, well, we were proud of them 10 years ago, and we do so much better now. Next slide, please. But in fact, you have much more, because each tooth we viewed as a tooth, as one point in this high dimensional space. But it's more than a tooth, than a point. It's itself a surface. And mathematicians call this, when you have a whole smooth collection, but where each one of them has extra structure, they call that a fiber bundle. And you can then build diffusion on that whole collection and start to study that. And this is something that my student Tingran Gao did when in his PhD. And for instance, you can then use those, next slide, please, to understand how each of them can be mapped to a template surface. And that makes it possible for us to now register things much better. Because of course, the red points that I sampled on the tooth up on the upper left and the blue points on the tooth on the upper right were not going to be exactly in corresponding points. I just took them at random. But now, because I can all refer to this common template, I can see which average of 3 blue points, 1 red point is, and I can map it to that exact corresponding point on. So we have much better correspondence maps, which we build as a result of this whole computational effort. Next slide, please. We have used this in order to build, to carve up teeth into homologous regions rather than try to find homologous points. And this has already been used, this kind of decomposition, by students in evolutionary anthropology as part of the data that they can then use for their work on testing evolutionary hypotheses. Next slide, please. You can also, by looking at the points that correspond to each of the teeth on the eigenvectors of these big diffusion operators, next slide, you can understand the geometry of all these. Next slide, please. And next. And that then gives you a better way of understanding the geometry of the data set. In a way, what you have is many, many different summaries of the geometry of the underlying collection from all these correspondences. And that has led us to, next slide, to this plot on the left. So we started from the diffusion distance. We started from the crappy distances, which we were so proud of. We made the diffusion distances, which are very much better. And using the maps and that interpretation that Tingran Gao built, we get this much better separation, where incidentally, the species that are closely grouped together happen to have the same food preferences. Next slide. So now we can go quickly through the next few slides until the end of my presentation. What you see here are snapshots from a tutorial that was developed by one of the computational mathematicians to teach the biologists software that we had developed that will help them in their study, so that they don't constantly have to come and ask us to do things for them, which they're reluctant to do. Plus, we want to give them the tools to do it themselves. That's where I'll stop. Thank you. Next is for Wilkin.
Thank you very much, Ingrid. That was a fantastic example of kind of how computation fits together with reimagining how you look at a problem. So next up, we have Wilkins Aquino, and Wilkins, just take it away.
Thank you. You can hear me well?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So next slide, Jonathan. Okay, great. So I'll tell you, this is a quick overview of how computing is used in my group and how we embrace basically problems that are very significant in society, in science in general, through this combination of physics and computing. So we call this physics-based modeling and computing. So in general, what characterizes my group is we have these pillars in which we have a problem where we are trying to answer a question. Let's say, I'll use this car as an example. We want to design this car, basically make it more aerodynamic to minimize energy, let's say. But we cannot test 1,000 of them, right? So we are going to invoke computation to help us in designing it. So the pinnacle here, or the foundation, is that we start with physics laws, like conservation of energy, conservation of mass, and so on. And then based on those, we built a mathematical model of basically on those laws that will allow us to answer the questions at hand. Most of the time in my group, these models come in the form of differential equations, partial differential equations. And what happens is the quantities that we are interested in, for instance, the velocity at a point in the car, you cannot find them in an analytical way. You cannot write a formula that will give you this in the system. So what happens is then we need to invoke numerical techniques that immediately connect to computing to approximate the solution of those of these mathematical models, or approximate these quantities of interest. So that is in general the foundation, or those are the elements that permeate in basically a lot of the things that we do. And I'll give you some examples now, some concrete examples. So next slide. So for instance, one of the huge impacts that computing has had is minimized physical testing. There are tests like the one that you're seeing here, let's say an airplane, we are interested in understanding, the robustness of a design of an airplane, and we're going to crash it and understand how it works. Well, we cannot do a lot of those tests. So we have evolved to the point that we can do simulation and answer fundamental questions that we may have about this. We may not be accurate in every single aspect of the problem. For instance, we cannot predict the deformation to a millimeter of the airplane, but we can probably come very close to say what is the maximum energy dissipated in general in the airplane. And we will agree that we cannot do many of these tests. This is the same in crashworthiness of cars, for instance. This is used a lot. There is more simulation than testing actually done in car manufacturing. Next slide. All right, so, and I decided to just show you one example of an actual project that we have where we use computing is essential, is essential to provide some of the answers that we're looking for, and it is related to the medical field. This project is in collaboration with Matt Urban and Jim Greenleaf from the Mayo Clinic and Murthy Gudati from NC State. This is an ongoing project, and it's basically computationally assisted arterial disease diagnosis. Next slide. So the problem consists in basically, we want to diagnose arterial disease, and for this, we start recognizing why is that important, or what is important in that problem. So stiffness is at the heart of the problem here, because it's recognized as an independent risk factor for adverse vascular events. An event just simply could be, heart attack, stroke, and so on. So arterial stiffness results primarily from changes in the collagen structure of the artery and the median layer, so elastins and fragmentation, deposition of collagen, and so on. And the goal is to be able to non-invasively estimate the stiffness of the artery and use this as a biomarker for disease. Next slide. So to do this, we have three components that we need to address. One is to acquire data non-invasively. Then two is extract information from the data. And number three is make the diagnosis based on the data. So the first component that we're using this is the collaboration with Mayo Clinic, is using ultrasound, but a very particular aspect of ultrasound, the radiation force of ultrasound and tracking of waves generated with ultrasound. So this is very different from the conventional ultrasound that you see today in clinical applications that is common, where you just use it to basically generate an image from a scattering of the particles when you send the ultrasound waves. In here, you use ultrasound to generate a force, launch a wave, and then monitor the wave. So by doing this, we can do remote palpation in essence. So we do this in arteries, specifically in the carotid artery around your neck, to launch waves, monitor the waves, and those waves carry information about the collagen and elastin structure that is in the arteries, and those are connected to disease. So that's the link that we're following. However, when we monitor those waves, it's not easy to tell what is the collagen content that is in there. And that's the problem I'm going to try to address through computing. Next slide. So in here is an image of one of those computational models of the artery. It just looks pretty benign. It's just like a cylinder, but we launch waves here that are really complicated, and we monitor those waves with ultrasound probes. Now we have at our disposal a model like this. How do we use it? Next slide. So this is the heart and soul of how we will use that model. So the first component here is the mathematical representation of how the waves propagate in the medium. We call this an elastodynamics boundary value problem. So here, this is a representation literally of Newton's second law, force equals mass times acceleration. And we have a representation of the connection between the material, in terms of stresses and strains, boundary conditions, and so on, right? So this is the problem that we solve using the computer and the model that you saw in the previous slide, because we can predict how the waves propagate. With that at hand, if we can solve the problem on the top, then we can ask the question, okay, given the measured data with ultrasound and the fact that I have that model, can we recover the mechanical properties of the artery over the heart cycle? That's an inverse problem. And we solve that through what we call a partial differential equation constraint minimization problem that is depicted in front of you on the bottom of the slide here. And the solution of that optimization problem are the mechanical properties that we are going to use now to be able and use those or connect those to biomarkers and trying to separate patients into different levels or different groups with different risks. Next slide. And this is the last slide I wanted to show you. This is a reflection of actually everything that I was telling you and why and the end result. In here, what you're seeing on the left is the phase velocity of the principal mode of propagation of one of those waves that I'm talking about that we launch with ultrasound. And the one on the right is the right carotid artery. The black markers represent healthy patients, The blue ones are atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease confirmed patients, and the red ones are patients with cardiovascular disease risk factors like having diabetes, being obese, smokers, and so on and so forth. So as you can see here, the healthy patients have wave speeds much lower than the patients with confirmed disease and patients with risk factors. And this is consistent with the fact that there is less collagen and less elastin fragmentation in those patients, basically. And this is the premise of everything that we're doing, going directly from the measurements to information like this to be able to diagnose arterial disease. And I'll stop here in the interest of time and take questions later. That's it, Jonathan, back to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Wilkins. Thanks so much for a great example of kind of all the way from formulation to computation to having impact in diagnosis. So the next talk we have is Junfeng Liu, who will talk to us a bit about computational chemistry and physics. Junfeng.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. So I'm a mathematician, but I kind of work in the space of applied math, so trying to use mathematical thinkings and computational thinking to help scientists, physicists, the chemists, material scientists in particular, trying to help them solve some of the problems. And so today I'm going to tell a story of like many-body quantum mechanics. I think my first slide is missing, but it's okay. So let's start with the quantum many-body problems. So many of you should know that quantum mechanics is one of the most influential scientific discoveries of the last century, and it has completely changed our understanding of the physics world and has tremendously many applications. And so what it basically tells us is that in order to determine the properties of a physical system, or essentially of all the chemistry, one just needs to understand a single equation, which is the equation that I show on the slides. You don't need to know what these symbols are, but that's the equation that describes the behavior of electrons in a physical system, assuming that all the nuclei are sitting there and within the so-called Born-Oppenheimer approximations. And all these informational materials are all encoded in this single term called V external. So in principle, if you can solve this equation, as Paul Dirac said about 100 years ago, if you can solve this, and then, you know the eigenvalue, which is the energy of the system. And then you essentially know a major part of physics and essentially all of chemistry and all these applications that are leading, from there. Okay, and then he continued, right? So that the only problem is that we cannot really solve this, except for tiny systems. So at the time, I guess people know how to solve it for hydrogen, which you can explicitly write on a solution, which is in the textbook of any physics quantum mechanics book. But as long as you go beyond, the simplest system of hydrogen, say to hydrogen dimer or to helium, then there was, no clue that how to solve this analytically. Well, of course, Paul Dirac said this about maybe 100 years ago, when we don't even have computer at the time. So you may think that, okay, after 100 years, with all the advance of computation and all the power that we have these days, this is no longer a problem. Well, unfortunately, this is still one of the fundamental challenge that scientific community is facing these days. The reason is that this equation, even though it looks simple, I can write it on a napkin, but it's really, really difficult if you just want to straightforwardly solve it on a computer. The essential difficulty is the following. So if you look at this function psi, it depends on these n variables, x1 through xn. And these can be thought of the position of the electrons. So let's say if you have a system with 10,000 electrons, then this is a function that depends on 10,000 positions in 3 dimensions, so that this function is 30,000 dimension. And now if you want to put that in a computer, the most naive way would be that you discretize each dimension. So you put in like a mesh. So for example, 100 data points, as you've seen in some previous talks, to describe one electron position. But then you need 10,000 of them, right? So that this complexity quickly exponentiates. And so this is known in the computational world as the curse of dimensionality. Okay, so it becomes quickly unaffordable, even if you go to a system with maybe 10 electrons, if you just want to brute forcefully discretize the equation and put that on a computer to solve. Okay, and there are some additional difficulties, but I don't think I will go into details. Can we get the next slide, please? So of course, I mean, as Paul Dirac already said, right, this is one of the most important equations to solve in the science and engineering. And over 100 years, people are not just stopping there saying that, okay, we cannot solve this. And many methods has been proposed. And I just provided an incomplete list of them just to see that actually it's a joint effort of many communities, including physics, chemistry, and mathematicians, and also people from material science. Can I get next slide, please? And among which, maybe today I want to, just tell a short corner of it, and it's a story about the Computation DFT. So, just to, so Walter Kohn was awarded the Nobel Prize of Chemistry in 1998 due to his contribution in inventing this. And just to give you some idea of, how influential this is. So if you look at all the papers in physics and counting all the most cited papers, and more than half of them is actually about Computation DFT. Okay, so can I get last slide? So the idea of the Computation DFT is actually being quite fundamental, but it's also not so hard to explain in a way. So it's kind of going back to our theme of using the modeling and using the mathematics to try to reduce the computational task to something that is affordable or is possible. So remember that previously the difficulty of our problem is due to the so-called curse of dimensionality. So the computational cost grows exponentially with the dimension. The issue is, of course, if you describe in the original description of the quantum mechanical system using the wave function, dimension is just too high. It's in 3n. So the density functional theory, it was invented by Hohenberg-Kohn and Kohn and Shem, was a method or was a framework to reduce the problem to a three-dimensional problem. So it's a much greater reduction of the dimension so that it leads to a huge reduction of the computational cost. Okay, so the focus will be the so-called electron density, which is defined as the formula there. You don't need to read the formula, but the important thing to understand is that this is just a distribution to describe the possibility of finding an electron at a single position. So it's a three-dimensional object. It's much easier to represent in the computer. And turns out that that alone can give you already the information of the ground state energy of the system so that you can really just do the computation in three-dimensional space instead of in this 30,000 dimension space for 10,000 electrons. Can I get next, please? And now the DFT opens the door to computations. If you just solve this, using like finite element or traditional method, it opens the door to solving electron structure to 100 of atoms. But of course, we're never satisfied with the size of our computation, and we want to reach to realistic materials, which will contain like millions or even tens of millions of atoms. So to explain why we are stuck at 100 atoms, the fundamental issue is that if you try to solve the Computation DFT in the traditional way, just as the model that it has been written down, the computational bottleneck of that is to solve an eigenvalue problem, which I write on the slide. So the eigenvalue problem involves diagonalizing a matrix. And diagonalizing a matrix, so if the matrix is n by n, okay, so which is which is roughly, you can think of this n is the electron number, so it's proportional to the number of electrons you have system, then the cost to diagonalize such a matrix is n cubed, which means that if you want to go from 100 atoms, so now you want to compute a scale of a system to like 1,000, right? So you want to, that's not such a large scaling factor, if it's just a scale factor of 10, you would think. But unfortunately, because of this n cubed scaling factor, you actually increase the computational cost by 1,000 factor. If you want to go from a system of 100 atoms to a system of 1,000 atoms. And now if the original computation takes a day, the new computation will take you 3 years. So that's why it's difficult to scale things up and why we are stuck at like 100 atoms if you're just using the conventional way to solve the Computation DFT. Can I go to the next slide? And so the key idea of the modern innovation of how to even go to larger system is to realize that actually what you needed is really the densities alone, not eigenfunctions. So that we can design, like mathematically, we can design better algorithms or smarter ideas and to put this computational thinking into practice to avoid this diagonalization. Can I get that slide? So there was a list, there were many methods, but due to time interest, of course, I just introduced one that I have contributed to, which is known as the PEXI method. So it's a kind of reduced scaling method for electron structure calculations. And it can reduce the computational cost from n cubed to order n in the linear scaling for like kind of the nanotubes, quasi 1D systems, or to order n3½ for like a graphene or quasi 2D system. It has been widely incorporated in modern electronic structure software packages. And I won't tell you the details of the algorithms, but just to emphasize that, the algorithms involves a observation from a mathematical side that we can reformulate the problem as a map instead of an eigenvalue problem, so that we can completely bypass this diagonalization cost, which reduce the computational cost to what can be achieved by this algorithm. Can I go to the next slide? And now just to give you some idea of the capability of the algorithm so that we can scale it up for, remember that I was telling you that, if you do it traditionally, then you're stuck at 100 atoms. But for these new algorithms, we can easily scale up to, here, this is an example of tens of thousands of atoms. And it's highly parallelizable. So we can scale up to, in this example, it's 300,000 processors at the same time without losing scalability. So, and this has been, this is just example of showing 30,000, but actually we can also, if you want to wait for like a week, we can even do calculations with like 100,000 atoms and without many difficulties. So this opens the doors to many more applications of these ab initio computational models. And I would just want to conclude by saying that this is just a very tiny example to show you that if you're putting thoughts into how you do the computation, you go starting from the, kind of the many-body Schrödinger equation model, which you can only solve for like 5 atoms, to something that in the end of the day, you can solve it for 100,000 atoms, which is useful for practical applications. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Junfeng. Thanks a lot. And I think one theme maybe is that, when you look at all these different computational scientists, you may think of them as organized by their problem, but these are a community across Duke that really talk to each other. And the ideas that Junfeng is developing here at the cutting edge of kind of computational chemistry, often these ideas are useful in other domains, whether it's high dimensional statistics or some of the sampling methods I've used in my political science applications. So next, we have Mark Reiser, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Population Health Sciences and in the Department of Mathematics. And he's going to tell us about some recent work on quantifying breast cancer overdiagnosis. Mark, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. And thank you, the organizers, for giving the opportunity to give you a brief snapshot of my computation-empowered work here in breast cancer overdiagnosis. Next slide, please. So to get started, let's consider the life history of a fictitious woman by the name of Isabel. So otherwise healthy, Isabel got a mammogram at the age of 68. The image looked somewhat suspicious, and a biopsy confirmed that she had early stage breast cancer. Isabel received surgery, she received radiation therapy and chemotherapy, but she recovered well and she lived happily until she was struck by lightning at the age of 81. So when you hear a story like this, it's easy to think, oh, thank goodness that Isabel's cancer was found early by mammography screening. It really did save her life. But is this necessarily true? So to find out, let's consider what could have happened to Isabel had she not gotten that screen at 68. Next slide, please. So in this counterfactual no-screen scenario, Isabel didn't know that she had cancer until the age of 74 when she found a lump in her left breast and she noticed some pain in the lower back. Doctors found that she had a metastatic breast cancer, and despite aggressive treatment, Isabel died a few years later from her cancer. Next slide. So had this been the counterfactual no-screen scenario, then receiving that mammogram at 68 really did benefit Isabel, right? She lived longer and she did not die from her breast cancer diagnosis. But as we can see on the next slide, there is another possible no-screen scenario. So in this counterfactual here, Isabel didn't get a screen at 68 and she lived happily and healthily until she was struck by lightning at age 81. So what happened here? Well, Isabel still had a cancer in her breast at 68, but it was an indolent, non-progressive tumor that just didn't develop any symptoms or signs during her remaining lifetime, didn't cause her any harm. In other words, she died with her tumor, but not from her tumor. Next. So with this counterfactual no-screen scenario, Isabel did not derive a benefit from her early detection at 68. Instead, she endured anxiety, stress, and financial burden, and she was subject to the harms that are associated with pretty aggressive treatments. And this is what we call overdiagnosis. It is the screen detection of lesions that would not have caused any signs or symptoms in the person's remaining lifetime had she not gone to screening in the first place. Next, please. So as I've illustrated now by these two counterfactual scenarios, Isabel's mammogram at 68 may have saved her life, but it may also have subjected her to unnecessary harm without benefit. As a result, making a decision about when and how often to undergo mammography screening, one really needs to consider both the potential benefits and the potential harms. And to make sure that women and their physicians can take informed decisions about screening, they of course need high quality evidence that enables them to put reliable numbers on both sides of that trade-off. Next slide, please. So survival benefit of mammography is pretty well documented. There have been randomized trials that showed that mammography leads to a reduction in breast cancer mortality. But good estimates for breast cancer overdiagnosis are notoriously difficult. Previous estimates vary wildly, ranging anywhere from 0 to 54%, and the most influential North American studies were demonstrably inflated. So we set off to derive a corrected estimate that addresses stated previous methodological concerns and that is relevant to contemporary practice. Now, how did we do that? Next slide, please. Now, because it is a counterfactual outcome, direct observation of overdiagnosis is never possible. To enable indirect estimation, we first need to understand the mechanism. And we realized that overdiagnosis is really a competition between disease progression and death from an unrelated cause. Because remember, by definition, we said overdiagnosis occurs when a screen-detected tumor does not become clinical before the other cause death occurs. In view of this competition, the challenge now is to quantify these two competing risks. Other cause mortality is pretty straightforward. We can use life tables where we subtract out breast cancer mortality. But as you can see in the next slide, there is quite some work to be done to figure out the actual dynamics of disease progression. Because if you think about it, we never get to observe cancer directly. Patients are always treated when they're diagnosed with it. So to quantify these dynamics, just in a nutshell, we combine high quality individual level data on screening and cancer diagnosis histories from women in a large database, the Breast Cancer Surveillance Consortium, and we combine it with mathematical models and likelihood-based Bayesian inference to tease out estimates of the onset rates of preclinical cancer and the rates of progression to clinical disease. Next, please. And then in a third step, we put these pieces together and we use our estimates on the disease progression on the one hand and the other cause mortality life table estimates on the other hand to simulate the life histories of women under pre-specified screening strategies. We keep track of how many of the screen-detected cancers in these simulations would have caused symptoms in the absence of screening. And through that, we can calculate the frequency of overdiagnosis for any given screening scenario. Next, please. So at this time now, you may be wondering, where is the capital C computation in this whole business here, right? And I think similar to the three steps that I just showed you, my work just generally, whether it's overdiagnosis at the population level or modeling evolutionary dynamics of cancers at the cellular level, I try to really combine real life data with mechanistic modeling and statistical analyses to derive clinical evidence. And in this picture here, shown in orange, the computation is the glue. It's the glue that sticks together those building blocks and keeps the whole thing as one piece. So in other words, computation itself, in my research, is not the focus, but it goes hand in hand with the data analyses and the modeling activities that I need to ultimately answer these pertinent clinical questions. Next, please. So to close, let's go back to the original question of how much overdiagnosis is caused by mammography screening. Our answer was published just 2 days ago in the Annals of Internal Medicine in a study which I co-led with Dr. Ruth Etzioni from the Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center, and which also included Dr. Shelley Wong, the chief of breast surgery here at Duke. In this study, we found that among women who undergo biennial screening every 2 years between the ages of 50 and 74, approximately 15%, that is 1 in 7 screen-detected cancers, are overdiagnosed. Now, this is considerably lower than previous North American estimates. And while our findings really confirm that breast cancer overdiagnosis is real, like it's a real potential harm that needs to be weighed against the benefits. We also showed that really it is not as alarmingly high as these influential studies have previously claimed it to be. Next slide, please. So with this, I thank you for your attention. And if I piqued, I hope I did, but if I piqued your interest in our work and about overdiagnosis in mammography screening and cancer screening in general, you can find some insightful press coverage of our recent work with editorials and opinion pieces online. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mark. And thanks to all the rest of our panelists. And we have just a minute or two. I don't know if Shelley thinks we have time to take any questions, but I guess I just wanted to close by saying that, you know, one hope and there are many dreams and hopes of the CCT. I think one that this community has is that it'll help stitch together this community, which these four scientists, you know, and including myself, all work on problems that are related from our perspective, even though the domains of application are very, very different. So we're a community that transfers information back and forth between these disparate different domains. So Shelley, how do I get questions? Is there some place I can see any?
So thank you all very much for such a wonderful presentation. So I think that we don't currently have any questions from the audience.
Great.
Excuse me. But if you'd like to do a bit of discussion, I know there was such a richness of topics. I'm curious, Dr. Mattingly, how did you choose this group and creating the connections between them?
Well, I mean, it was actually hard. I had at least twice as many, if not 10 times as many people to put in this panel if I wanted to. I guess I just picked people who kind of brought formulations that were not possible without modern kind of computational methods inserted into the conversation. You know, these approaches, these conceptualizations wouldn't have been possible without those computational methods. And at the same time, the conceptualizations brought new methods, computational methods to play in these problems. I don't know. Do you guys want to say anything? You know more about than I do, but anyway, any comments? Ingrid, yes.
I just wanted to reinforce your comment that although the fields of application that we talked about are vastly different, all of us really, I mean, we can talk to each other, we understand what the other ones do, we say, oh, that's that technique, we are connected through the mathematics and the computational techniques. And so what that means is that through computation, there are very few degrees of separation in this world. I mean, look at all the departments that we connect. And I mean, probably if you name any three people, any two people at Duke, you will find a very short path in between leading over computation that connects them.
I think we're grateful that you all are helping us see that web of connections. And wonderful. Well, we have maybe one more minute if anyone else would like to make any closing comments or thoughts.
No, I mean, I'll just point out the same thing. I mean, you can look at Mark, who studies also computational mechanistic methods in development of cancer, and Ingrid, who does computational art and other computational humanities. I do some computational fluid mechanics. At the same time, I do computational political science. And Wilkins, you know, does things he can't tell us about because it's classified probably, as well as his medical stuff. So, you know, and Junfeng does everything. So thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Thank you all very much. And for our next session, we're going to switch gears a little bit from learning about all the wonderful research that's happening here at Duke to learning more about an opportunity for students to learn about how to learn about these areas. So I'll invite our next panelists to turn on their video. For our 2:45 session, we'll be learning about the Digital Intelligence Certificate. How does computational thinking impact our world? David and Sarah, would you like to take it away?
Sure. Thank you so much for the introduction. Can you see that screen? Wonderful. Well, I'm very excited to be here today to talk about our new undergraduate certificate program called Digital Intelligence. Kind of as was alluded to, the big question of the certificate is trying to get students to understand how computational thinking is affecting our world, not just teaching them the important skills and the important math and computational backgrounds, but also getting them to understand how this influences our society, how this influences our policy, and how to be thought leaders when they leave and graduate and lead ethical tech. And so for those of you that don't know me, I'm David Carlson. I'm an assistant professor here at Duke, and together with Sarah Brisbane-Sedlak, who's also here, we are the co-directors of this undergraduate certificate. So one of the things that I think is really important to highlight is the fact that algorithms really underpin everything in modern society. We've just had a great opportunity to hear from a lot of different experts in a lot of different areas of science, how computational thinking and computational power is being included in all these different scientific applications. And we also got to hear earlier how artificial intelligence is being included in medicine. And these are really important areas where we're using computational thinking. But it's also important in things like art, which you get to hear about later today. It's important for things like all the algorithms in my car as I drove to work this morning, right? We have these self-driving cars or all these assistive technologies. These things are everywhere. And there's a lot of benefits to society, but there's also a lot of concerns. So for example, we talk about art that can be used to generate really interesting things and help be creative, but it can also be used to help generate fake news, which can be a problem when we're actually thinking about the impact of things like artificial intelligence in our society. So these kind of thoughts and background really help motivate the, as we like to call it, the DQ certificate, the Digital Intelligence Certificate. And this has kind of grown over the past several years where we've been having conversations with a lot of different departments and a lot of the different people interested in computation, things like computer science, math, statistics, electrical and computer engineering, and thinking about how we can complement these existing programs with things like ethics and policy and help give our students the ability to understand how to use their tech and their skills ethically and how to impact policy. And this has been supported extensively by the new Center for Computational Thinking, right? And this is really kind of recognizing the growing need for students to be trained in the core aspects of digital intelligence, all these computational tools, and addressing directly that interdisciplinary nature, right? How do we work with algorithms, AI, data-driven research, but also be responsible for the progress of these technologies as they go out into society, right? And we really want all of these students to become thought leaders as they go out and leave Duke after graduating, right? And this is a collaborative vision with support from a lot of different deans and department chairs and a lot of different institutes across campus, and especially science and society. And so kind of the vision of what we're looking at here is we're looking at things like, how do we create a bridge? How do we bridge from the traditional computational thinking in these computational tools that come out of these majors like computer science, right? How do we allow them to have a bridge from those computational tools into humanities and social sciences and natural sciences, understanding the societal impacts of what they are learning about and what they are going to go out and do? And conversely, we want to be able to bridge from the humanities and social sciences and natural sciences and offer them a pathway for gaining working computational skills, right? How do we actually imbue what we're working on with computation and use that in our workflow? And this allows us to kind of combine both of these and give a lot of ethics and policy guidance. In addition to creating this bridge between these disciplines, we're also very excited that this is a wayfinder to other programs. We have a lot of interesting and exciting efforts across Duke related to these topics, right? Things like innovation and entrepreneurship, the Keenan Institute for Ethics, amongst many other institutes. This is a very booming area of Duke. So one of the things that I wanted to do is kind of go through our vision for what this certificate requires. So in order to graduate the certificate and get credit for it, the students need to have accomplishments in 6 areas. So one of the things that we've been working on building, and this has been led by Sarah Risman-Sedlak, is this core class. And this core class introduces both concepts in computational thinking, but also has a lot of discussions about its impact in society and thinking about how do we use these texts ethically, right? And so this is really exciting because it's a flipped classroom where before class, we take advantage of all of these modules that have been built and we interview experts from all over the university. And then during class, we can have a lively discussion about these technologies and their pros and their cons and their issues and what they are doing in society. And then we can use the after class period to really kind of reinforce what we've learned. And this is a really exciting area that's already got a number of students enrolled in it and is set up very well by our educators. In addition to this core class, we require 4 different elective areas. So things like computational thinking, actually learning some of the basic computational tools that are necessary, a class in ethics and policy, a class on communication in the digital age. How do we use modern tools to communicate effectively? And also computation and practice. How do we take these algorithms, these computational tools, this computational thinking, and actually use them in an application domain? And finally, building on top of all of this, we have a capstone that's really building on the strengths that the students have gained through all of these requirements, and do this in a final project and really embody the full breadth of knowledge that they've gained to think about how computational thinking is actually impacting our world. And one of the things that I'm most excited about is how well this certificate has been designed to build on top of existing programs. At Duke, we've made a lot of efforts to create programs related to data science and computational thinking all over the university. This has been involved with things like IID and their efforts in Data Plus. Also programs like Code Plus, where we're getting opportunities for our students to go in and do real world projects and gain experience. In addition, I've personally been heavily involved in the Duke Plus Data Science Initiative, where we've been creating educational resources and educational modules for the students. Things like online course content, such as a Coursera course, also intensive workshops for a few days on specific topics, and also a lot of symposiums monthly. So we offer a few lectures monthly where we offer particular topics in data science. So these students can actually go and find the particular topics that they're very interested in. And we actually designed the program to specifically leverage all this material that's been built, not just in Plus Data Science, but in other efforts like the Roots CoLab and other efforts across the university, so they can actually use co-curricular options to satisfy this computation in practice. And what this allows is we can facilitate our students to choose from a smorgasbord the things that are most relevant to their degree and most relevant to their interests in order to set them up to succeed when they leave Duke and gain all of this knowledge, right? And there's a lot of details here on how well we actually implement this, but that's kind of the big structure here. And so just as a final closing point, we're very excited about this new certificate. We already have a number of students enrolled. It's built on a lot of things that have already been going on at Duke, using our co-curricular modules and our courses that we've built across Duke, our internship programs, things like Data Plus, Code Plus, and it's set up to be scalable so that we can allow as many students as are interested to build these skills. Thank you so much for your attention.
What a wonderful opportunity for our students. And we have just one more minute. If there's anything that you all would like to add. I know that in our chat and YouTube that there's a link to learning more about the certificate, and we encourage you to do so. So thank you both very much. We will be going to break now, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock. Hello, everyone. It's now 3 o'clock, and we're going to be beginning our next session, which is on the computational humanities. So I invite the moderator and the panelists to come on video, and we're very much looking forward to learning more from them. Where should we start?
I'm going to go ahead and make an introduction before we move on to the panelists. So good afternoon, and I'm pleased to welcome you to the Computational Humanities panel. My name is Augustus Wendell, and I'll be serving as moderator. I'm an assistant professor of the practice of art history, and visual studies, and a core faculty member of the Computational Media, Arts, and Cultures program. I teach a number of courses that revolve around the application of computational methods to both historical inquiry and human-centered design. Included in these topics are virtual reality design and development, user interface design, and methods of computing historic, geographic, and urban data sets. Computational humanities explore the computational revolution and its implications for how we live, think, work, create, and communicate within and across various disciplines. This computational turn in recent decades has dramatically expanded the range of questions and methods applied within the humanities. Paired with ongoing initiatives from archives and libraries to digitize collections of documents and the development of frameworks for both classifying and providing access to these collections, the scale and scope of humanist inquiries has expanded dramatically. In addition to the impact on research and pedagogical process, the computational humanities provides an alternative avenue for computational literacy in the student population. Quantitative methods, statistical inquiry, and application development can be learned and supported within the humanities context. I'd like to take a few minutes to draw attention to a few of our select units that have been instrumental in sponsoring the computational humanities here at Duke. The Digital Art History and Visual Culture Lab, located in the Department of Art History, and Visual Studies, recently celebrated 10 years of digital research projects featuring the collaborative work of faculty and students spanning from the undergraduate to the doctoral level. Projects at the lab include, among others, the Dictionary of Art Historians that maintains and grows a comprehensive database of Western art historians. This deep volume of data, growing for almost 3 decades, allows scholars to ask new questions about race, gender, and national identity within art history, and to visualize these relationships. The Digital Athens project originated in 2014, focusing on digitizing and georeferencing excavation plans and historic maps, as well as plotting the locations of burials, wells, workshops, public buildings, and sacred structures. Recently, this project has applied the data set to present insights into how this city has changed over time. And the Medieval Kingdom of Sicily image database was created to collect, host, and display images of all kinds made by travelers, mapmakers, historians, architects, and artists of medieval and early modern monuments and cities of southern Italy. It includes prints, drawings, ground plans, elevations, paintings, and photographs of sites from 1100 to 1450. The Computational Media Arts and Cultures program includes interdisciplinary PhD and MA tracks, as well as a new interdepartmental major with computer science. These tracks focus on the intersection of media arts and humanities, sciences and technology, both in theory and in practice. The program also includes a number of labs studying computational topics. Among these labs are the DIG Lab, which explores new interpretations at the intersection of archaeology, remote sensing, heritage, computer science, art, and history. The Emergence Lab, which focuses on the creation of generative works of art, and the Speculative Sensation Lab, which uses biometric and environmental sensing technologies to expand our access to sensory experience beyond the 5 senses. The John Hope Franklin Center for the Humanities seeks to encourage the conversations, partnerships, and collaborations that continually stimulate creative and fresh humanistic research, writing, teaching, and practice at Duke. The center hosts diverse programs of talks and labs, including the Digital Humanities Initiative and the PhD Lab in Digital Knowledge. For a decade, this lab has provided PhD students in humanities and interpretive social sciences opportunities to learn about digital scholarship, engage with its challenges, and see its promise for their own research and professional lives. The center also hosts the Duke North Carolina Central University Digital Humanities Fellowship Program. The fellowships are designed to increase the use of digital humanities tools and methods in the NCCU classroom. So back to our session. So this afternoon, we're going to see and hear about some of the ongoing computational humanities work here at Duke. We'll see examples of statistical analysis, spatial processing and simulation, and the projection of written works into the spatial environment. Our panel is comprised of Astrid Juni, Lecturing Fellow of English, Ed Triplett, Instructor of Art History and Visual Studies, and Victoria Szabo, Research Professor of Art History and Visual Studies. And to get started, I'm now going to turn the screen over to Astrid.
Thank you, Augustus. I'm going to share my screen so that I can share my slides. Put it into presentation mode. Just a second. So what I would like to present today is an ongoing project that started in the summer of 2020, thanks to the support of Data Plus through the Rhodes Initiative, Information Initiative at Duke. It's been continuing through the summer of 2021 and during the school year 21-22, thanks to the Basque Connections project, and will be continuing next year, both in the summer through Data Plus and through the support of the Center for Computational Thinking. This is a project that marries my research interest in the language of consumption in early modern England, but also students' research and introduction to textual analysis in the early modern period. So what I would like to do is to start with a little bit of an introduction to a problem in studying conceptual and linguistic change during the early modern period. And in particular, there has been an important set of developments in 2019 and 2020 in the understanding about the language of consumption, consumerism, and economic corruption starts to emerge in the period from the late 16th century to the early 17th century. Prior to this period, consumption is really not an economic term. It's primarily a medical term, as you can see from the rather explicit example from Richard Morton's Treatise of Consumptions, which will detail various types of wasting diseases, so not just consumption in the 19th century sense of tuberculosis, as a sort of primary sense of what the word consumption means, simply the wasting away of the body, or even in the case of melancholy or nervous consumption, a wasting away that is connected with psychological suffering. However, we start noticing that in the late 16th century, so the end of the 1590s, the word consumption, consumer, and consumers start to take on an economic meaning. This happens through a metaphor of understanding England as a body politic that can suffer in its limbs and organs from the same kind of diseases that a natural body can suffer. So when we want to study exactly how this change is happening, we have some problems. First of all, it's a repurposing of a well-established term. So we need to find uses of consumption that are starting to move away from this simply medical and sometimes religious meaning into one that is exactly and precisely economic. And that, because it's happening through a metaphor, can sometimes be hard to detect. We also don't want to rely solely on canonical words, because new meanings often spread through ephemeral or less well edited and studied text. And we want to make sure that we understand all the connotations along the way in its development. Is it just the physical meaning of consumption that is moving from a physical medical sense into an economic one? Or are the psychological, we would call psychiatric connotations of the term that are also being applied to a sense of sinful consumption or evil consumption in the economic sense. So given these problems, we wanted to be able to take a look at early modern print works. They're not being edited into modern editions, and they're not just the standard economic or political economies text that you can find readily available and widely studied. Of course, that is a number of problems. A number of the texts that we would want to study are not very well preserved, even though the Rubinstein Rare Books collection here at Duke actually has a very extensive collection of early modern political economies. They're difficult to read. Sometimes pages are not fully legible. Even when they are, it requires a lot of time, as early print is often unstable in its convention, so that spelling of words change. The text might be attributed to an author that we want to study, but in reality, it's a forgery or a lie. And the printing itself is sometimes quite unstable and difficult to attribute. So that if I want to know publishers that are promoting works that are using this terminology of consumption in the economic sense, I might have no information available. So that's on the physical text. And if I want to use large-scale analysis of this text, the example of a scan of a particularly useful text that I have on the screen demonstrates that they're often not very legible. There's even scanned digitized text are not in a condition that makes, for instance, the use of OCR possible. So those are some of the difficulties that we encountered when we started this project in summer of 2020 with Data Plus. We, however, were very lucky that that summer actually coincided with the release of approximately 70,000 manually keyed digitized text that spans from the late 15th century, about 1475, to the very end of the 17th century through EBOTCB, the English Books, Early English Books Online Text Creation Partnership. This text really opened up the possibility of using large-scale analysis and natural language processing methodologies to trace the development of this terminology. So it's a really revolutionizing moment for us to be able to use this text. And the images, I know they're not particularly easy to see, but show the way we can use this text. They are contained in XML files. They have been manually keyed in, which helps with accuracy of reading from those pore scans. Though, however, it does mean that some of the information is not fully consistent from text to text, especially in its metadata, in the way that it's being keyed into the XML files that are available. But then, nonetheless, it allows us to extract large sets of files and, with the help of our students, to organize them, clean them, and isolate the information, whether it's metadata about the author, the title, the year of publication and publisher, or the text itself by looking at specific passages that would be of interest to us, into analyzable files. And here I have an example from last summer of a student-generated CSV file where the text had been partially cleaned and prepared for analysis. So what I wanted to do is, starting from this sort of variety of texts that are now available to us, to get a little bit into the kind of work that both statistics, computer science, or mathematics students, as well as humanities students, can do the kind of research they can do in participating in these types of projects. So one of the things that is really interesting, at least to me, for this kind of question, is that a translation of a concept into its modern meaning happens through a metaphor. That means, however, that it's extremely difficult to track these metaphorical changes over time. So through the work of our students, especially during the school year with Vast Connections, we have been doing a mix of large-scale analysis and good old-fashioned close reading and annotating of text and key passages for target and of interest language and themes and topics. So I have an example here from a student who identified a text that is from 1673. It's anonymous. It's part of a sort of set of exchanges about the dangers of moving from the countryside into the metropolis of London for its corrupting influence because of the availability of foreign and exciting consumable goods, such as coffee. And with the students, we were able to start tracking these exchanges of text, select specific passages, find the kind of language that was being used, both metaphorically and sort of literally, to track how this influx of consumer goods could affect the morality of the dwellers of London, and to then use it as a starting point for computational analysis. There is a particularly amusing example in this text, which is the fact that the import of the French language itself was seen as a corrupting consumable for the people of London. So from this manual work, we created a lexicon of languages, of terminology that could be connected to consumption, trade, and consumers, which allowed us to, from the period of 1660 to 1700, narrow down the text that would be of interest to us from 30,000 to just over 9,000, making computation a little bit faster and more tractable. And to begin sorting this kind of text into categories that allow for interpretation of this large scale work. And in the last minute, I wanted to point out some of the results that the students have come up with and some of the future areas of research that we're moving towards. So first of all, one of the things that students have been very successful in doing is trying to understand how different clusters of terminology were changing over time. So if we look at image one, the students started looking at particular terminology of consume, possess, desire, and luxury, and to try to track over those just over 9,000 texts, how the language in the text themselves clustered around those target words. So for instance, we can see that consumed was often connected with words like devouring and devoured and waste, which harkens back actually to the medieval version of English, which used waster as a word for consumer. So there's sort of this latent meaning that is still around. In image two, you can see the work of some of our students last summer into tracking how the specific text we were looking at looked at particular consumables. We looked at beer, gold, silver, tobacco, and wool, and I can answer in the questions why, and how they could be attributed to discourses that are religious or philosophical. Finally, at this point, we are going to move on into looking at networks of authors and their printers and publishers to try to understand materially who was distributing, producing, and consuming this text about consumptions. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Astrid. That was an intriguing presentation, really lovely. Our next speaker in this panel will be Ed Triplett.
Great, thank you. So let me share screen quickly. Okay, thank you for inviting me to this. I have the opportunity here to tell you a little bit about a project that I've been working on for a while called the Sandcastle Workflow. I'm going to focus a bit on the subject of the study as well as our methods that we've been using. And this is a project that's been funded through, locally through Bass Connections in 2020, 2021, Code Plus last summer, and the summer before that through Data Plus. The Sandcastle Workflows I'm going to describe is a system by which people can study early modern, particularly pre-modern, I would say, views of places that we sometimes refer to as choreographies in a spatial manner. So these are objects that were quite important.
Hey, Ed?
Yeah, it looks like we're missing something.
Yeah, maybe do you want to stop screen sharing and reshare it? It didn't seem to complete effectively.
I see. Thank you. All right, are we seeing it now?
No, we're still seeing that you have started screen sharing.
Okay, hold on just a moment. Classic. Okay, so my options are to select. What about now? No. I can select screen, or I can select the application. I'm not really sure what else I can do.
Can we promote him to co-host temporarily?
It was going to happen to someone today, and I'm sorry it was you.
Can you promote him to co-host? He's on guest. I wonder if there's something weird going on.
So one option might be, Victoria, if you were able to go next, then we could troubleshoot with Ed while you're doing that. If that would be okay.
Sure. Do you want to do that, Ed? Is that good?
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if I can share.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. No problem.
And by way of commentary, while Victoria is doing that, one thing that I love about the symposium is that we are hearing just from all different parts of Duke, including the computational humanities, and in contrast with all the different approaches and techniques. And it's just so exciting to see everyone in one place. So Victoria, I know that you had a video clip that you were going to share in this. Everything look okay to go ahead?
I think so. Can you see a slide? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
great.
Indeed. It looks
okay.
good.
All right. Great. Okay. I'll go ahead then, and hopefully we'll work everything out. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this session. It's so interesting to see the range of things that are being done around campus, and then even within our smaller universe. I'm going to be talking about digital storytelling and immersive media. I subtitled it Computational Humanities Practice to make it clear that that's where we are. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about contextual framing, and you'll see why in a minute. So my interests are really in the intersection of digital humanities and computational media together. And some of the work is related to digital cultural heritage and archives, and thinking about different ways to make them accessible, how to think about different modalities, and to think about new modes of communication, research, and interpretation. And then part of that is about immersive and interactive media for storytelling. which includes the web, XR, and games. And some of that is on the creative side, and some of it is really designed to be used in some of these digital cultural heritage types of applications. And then finally, I also have this strong interest in critical media and technology studies, media histories, and social and cultural studies. So trying to step back from all of this and think about the questions of just because we can, does that mean we should? And what happens when we do? And also the survivals of earlier media forms in relation to new ones. So again, as I said, I'm going to be talking about immersive and interactive media for storytelling. And the second sort of note to make is that as a member of art history and visual studies, but also as a graduate director and undergraduate director, I'm really trying to find ways to bring together communities of scholars, faculty, staff, students, other community members to do this type of work together. So I'll be talking about two projects today. The first one is called Visualizing Lovecraft's Providence. So this is H.P. Lovecraft, the famous early 20th century writer of tales of somewhat Gothic horror. And our question here is, how do we historically reconstruct an imagined world, and how virtual reconstruction of an imagined world creates new spaces for interpretation and critique? So we're really interested in thinking about how to take the technologies of historical and cultural visualization and apply them to imagined spaces and places in works that we're really relying upon the real places and spaces in order to create their effects. Lots of critics have written about Lovecraft's work, and artists have been inspired by it to create new media, including, video games and novels and TV series. There's also a lot of fan art. But here our interest is really in foregrounding the interrelations of space, place, and story through this active process of reconstructive of fictive places and spaces.
11 minutes before.
Oh, sorry about that. So Lovecraft famously declared, "I am Providence." It's an epitaph inscribed on his tombstone. And with his detailed descriptions of the city streets, vanished and current architectures and interiors, we really get a lot of material to work with in trying to think about how to create historical reconstructions. Part of what's interesting in this challenge too is thinking about how we deal with ambiguity in the descriptions that he gives us, as well as the specificity for imagined places and how those two things will intersect with real world environments. So this is just a short text, is an example of a character in the novel of Charles Dexter Ward. It's a short novel set in 1928, and it describes how this character, Charles Dexter Ward, becomes obsessed with a distant ancestor, Joseph Curwen, who's an alleged 18th century wizard. And part of the story involves Charles Dexter Ward as a young man
before.
wandering through the city and understanding what we can get from his movements through the city. So this map on the right here is a map of College Hill, the area surrounding Brown, that already has within it embedded a lot of the famous places of the Lovecraftian universe. But then here we're trying to think about how to take a text like this that describes in great detail. I'll just read a little bit. Further and further down that almost perpendicular hill he would venture, each time reaching older and quainter levels of the ancient city. He would hesitate gingerly down vertical Jenkins Street with its bank walls and colonial gables to the shady Benefit Street corner, where before him was a wooden antique with an ionic pilastered pair of doorways, and beside him a prehistoric gambrel roofer with a bit of primal farmyard remaining. So there's a lot of very specific architectural detail and locational detail that's embedded within the text. And part of what we're trying to do is think about how to unpack that to see to what extent that's referencing the real, to what extent it's an imaginary space, and how working with historical archives and materials can help us to appreciate that. So this also involves mapping some of these spaces and places. Initially this map is of specifically Charles Dexter Ward, but part of the idea is to think about how we can map some of the other tales that Lovecraft put into the context of Providence, and to think about how we can create a spatial universe, Lovecraftian universe, that we can occupy as readers, as viewers, and potentially also as individuals moving through the city itself. So in a way, this is a kind of distant reading of the oeuvre of Lovecraft from the perspective of space. And of course, again, this involves going into historical materials and archives using the tools of digital art history, but in a new way in order to understand the relationships between space, place, time, and the effects that are being created by Lovecraft. We're working at the scale of individual structures and of the city and also of the area also incorporating 3D models, layered and annotated 2D maps like you see here, and ultimately immersive and interactive XR experiences as well. So we're interested in unpacking how Lovecraft created the effects in part by trying to invoke them in transmedia forms. So some of what's happening here is that there's this quasi-scientific way of engaging with the work, but we're also interested in its affective and experiential dimensions and how we can try to reproduce, reinterpret, or transform them through the work that we're doing here. So it's a dialogue, it's in conversation with the primary text, but not necessarily expecting to be only an illustration of it, but something that's an additional layer of interpretation. And in the process, part of what we're doing is drawing out some of the latent imagery of the complex spaces that are alluded to. This diagram is a diagram of a basement where Charles Dexter Ward ultimately finds himself in a really tense scene. And only by reading the text in great detail do we come to understand the shape and the symbology that's here. So some of it is wondering about it's a reverse engineering in a way of the Lovecraftian imagination, but it's also helping us to bring forward aspects that may be more latent in our interpretations of the text. And by, as I said, by re-examining these spatial and temporal building blocks, we want to gain a deeper insight into the recurring tropes of the writing, revealing the architecture of his mind and early 20th century worldview, and maybe conjuring this wider landscape of the life world that he's created. We also want to create on-site experiences in the city of Providence, as well as other types of explorations, taking lessons from critical cartography, Bakhtinian chronotopes, theories of urbanism and psychogeography, and affective experience design, as well as prior art in the field to create these multimodal interpretations. And I want to add that this is not meant to be an uncritical or slavish adaptation, but one that we highlights how these spatially inflected aspects of the Lovecraftian imagination work, and also how this active reimagining enables us to see Lovecraft seeing and experiencing the city he's so identified with. And we do hope that the final project provides the interactor engaged with the space, both an immersive experience built upon the Lovecraftian world, but also some agency in traversing and examining it, and in having a simultaneously critical distance and immersive experience in their engagement with this environment. So the second project I just wanted to mention is one that's more explicitly in the game world. And this particular project is using many of the same tools, but for slightly different effects. So I have a longstanding collaboration with a colleague, Joyce Rudinsky, who is a new media artist at UNC, and we've created a number of artist games. Our latest is called Psychasthenia 4 Insomnia, and it explores how video game conventions and technologies can be used to create new kinds of installation art. At the same time, our projects reflect upon and forecast future uses of the technology for psychological and social manipulation and control. For us, the growth of games, gamification, and related technologies has extended far beyond the realm of art and entertainment and deep into education, governance, politics, and every aspect of society, especially for us, psychology and personal health. So what we want to do is blur these boundaries between appreciating creative possibilities and critiquing their use in digital surveillance and quantification by creating experiences that inhabit the game world at the same time as they critique it. So you see a similar sort of theme to what we're trying to do in the Lovecraft project. Users in our games are set to be unsure if they're ultimately guinea pigs in a psychological experiment or co-creators of an immersive interactive experience. And sometimes we've heightened that ambiguity by wearing white coats at installations and such. So I'm going to turn you over briefly to Dr. Carl, who's going to tell you what's about to happen to you. There's Dr. Carl. He is a recurring character who is in a new form here in this particular game.
Hello. I am Dr. Carl, Jr. I see you wish to become unconscious. A laudable ambition, and vital to your daytime value to society. Fortunately for you, I have engineered a revolutionary, immersive bedroom experience. My innovative intervention can hack your dreams, enabling your quest towards lucidity and control over your unconscious state. First, you must adjust the patented system settings in order to find your perfect nighttime balance. But be careful. Push too far, each option might produce an unfortunate effect. My embedded intelligent agents will then guide you on your dream journey. You will need to endure this, strive, and cope with adversity, if you hope to achieve the fleeting bliss of a contented repose.
All right, so when you enter the game world, Dr. Carl sets you on your way, and I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I'll tell you a little bit about some of the key features here. As the intro suggests, our goal is to take you on a techno-mediated heroic journey towards the elusive goal of a good night's sleep. The pursuit of self-care in an age of social, ecological, and political anxiety here becomes a quest for agency and self-determination needed for peaceful repose. Like other games in our series, we explore psychotherapeutic interventions as a cultural phenomenon and dysfunction as something that's being both produced and diagnosed and experienced through the system, which and ultimately could perhaps be more harm than help. And in this case, we wanted to take our interest in data analysis and logging that we had explored in prior games for the living daytime world and turn it inward and to explore what happens when we begin colonizing the world of sleep and dreams through instrumentation, and to think about how these technologies control, maintenance, and self-programming and biohacking can affect our psychic lives. So it's not only the computerized tests, social media, dark patterns, and recommendation systems of daily life that we're interested in, but the ways in which we might be striving in the future to turn them upon our unconscious selves in the world of sleep and dreams. We also wanted to push further on the idea that there's no inside or outside to the layers of consciousness, especially when you're operating in a system where you're trying to expose your unconscious to these hacks. Neuroplastic triggers, binaural beats, and digital tweaks of the idea of medication are blurring the boundaries here. And we're imagining the world where something is put under your pillow, like in Charlie Brown, but it's actually getting into your head. So in our dream world, interactions correlate with themes of repeated re-experience of trauma, engagement with psychic and social burdens and anxieties, and the need to negotiate external demands for your attention. All of this is based on the literature of sleep and dreams from scientific, psychological, and self-help perspectives. Periodic microdreams interrupt the flow of your nighttime reveries and mimic the experience of sleeping. Within the dream world, you do have some ability to choose from amongst potential triggers, each symbolic in its own right, and taking you into dreams that tease you with these moments of angst, futility, and disempowerment that are so interrupting your sleep, coupled with the enigmatic commentary from the collective unconscious in the form of these agents who are guiding you on your way. So of course, the idea of hacking your subconscious is not new in itself. And we highlight that by drawing upon historic symbology and occult divination practices in the dream spaces that we evoke. The surreal landscapes are fueled by technologies of wellness where you program your night with some intermittent success as you go on. Over time, the project itself moves us away from everyday environments and past trauma into more expressive spaces and interactions as you approach the glories of deeper sleep. In times, keeping with the nature of sleep and dreams, however, you bounce in and out, and rather than being in a singular progression, it goes back and forth in the cyclic movement that mimics sleep. As we imagined how the data-driven managed avatar self manifests as both a social entity and an interiorized state of being, we're left wondering about whether there is a qualitative difference between a digitally mediated self-perception and one produced through earlier technologies of representation and control as they've developed in society over time. As a Victorian novel scholar by training, I always think about the ways people were so upset about novels and their deleterious effects upon the psyche of impressionable young women. As we venture into collaborative, hybrid, algorithmically driven understandings of ourselves and our collective self-fashioning, these distinctions may matter less as biology and psyche become instrumented and managed states of being subject to calibration, automation, and control. As we continue on with this project and develop VR and AR versions, we want to also explore the different elements and resonances that come from each of these types of media forms as well. So as I said, the core interests are in humanities and computations intersecting, but coming into the larger context that we'll hear about from Ed in a moment in the world of digital cultural heritage. You know, one of the things that's really distinctive about our community is that we have people engaged in all these kinds of topics and crossing over with each other and collaborating with each other. Very brief shout out to a presentation Joyce and I will be doing on artist games, critical and creative approaches to new media art. You're invited to apply if you like. We will be having lightning talks on March 25th from people who do choose to apply. And in the meantime, thank you from me and from all of the different groups and units that I work with, many of which Augustus called out at the beginning. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Victoria. Amazing work, really exciting. So we're going to pivot now back to Ed Triplett, and let's see if the share is going to work this time. If not, we have a backup in place.
Okay, so we pivot and then we pray. this works. I love this. Zoom is something I use every day, and today it's maybe not working. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, we are. Fantastic.
Oh, what a miracle. Okay. All right. Are you seeing the correct screen, or are you seeing my notes?
We see your notes.
Excellent. That's just perfectly strange. Okay. Let me try this. Are we better now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so I am going to be talking to you about the Sandcastle workflow. This is a project that has been created with, as I mentioned, with some funding from Bass Connections, Code Plus last summer, and Data Plus the summer before that. It's also being supported by the National Endowment for Humanities, the Office of Digital Humanities. And my project co-PI on this is Phil Stern from History. And so what I'm going to talk about a little bit is the subject of the study, which is these early modern, I would say pre-modern views of places, and also the methodology, the technology that we're using to investigate them. So to move forward here, here's a couple of examples of the kinds of things that we're dealing with. These are our sources. These alternate with lots of different terms: bird's eye views, choreographies of places. These were actually very, very common methods for expressing places, particularly cities and the hinterland. And so on the left, we have an example of a project I've been working on for quite a while called the Book of Fortresses. And this is a source from 1509, 1510 that has about 150 drawings of castles and fortified towns by a Portuguese squire whose name was Duarte de Armas. He also does a number of plan views as well. And then on the right, we have an image of Lisbon from a far more famous atlas called the Civitates Orbis Terrarum by George Braun and Hans Franz Hogenberg. In this version was from 1572. We actually have an example of this in the Rubenstein Library too. So what is choreography? There are lots of definitions. Here's a few that I think help. So Richard Helgerson describes choreography. He says, choreography defines itself by opposition to chronicle. It is the genre devoted to place, and the chronicle is the genre devoted to time. So this idea of place-based imagery is really important because, and as I'll explain, we have plenty of methods for understanding spatial and conducting spatial analysis, particularly if we talk about things that are mathematical or in a gridded Cartesian system. But once we're outside of those systems, our ability to study these kinds of objects spatially kind of falls apart a bit. And so I think it's useful to actually describe choreography as well. And so this description, I think, is quite good. Several characteristics, this is according to Thomas Fragenberg, is that several characteristics explain the long-lived popularity of oblique views. They convey the visual appearance of a city as presented from an elevated, in fact, often an implausibly elevated position. They show the principal buildings, both sacred and secular, and to a very varying extent, give some impression of the fortifications. They allow the viewer to arrive at conclusions about the city's history, beauty, might, cultural importance, and wealth. In addition, such views almost always show at least some of the surrounding countryside, thus providing information about the geographical setting. And what I want to focus on here is that this is really not that dissimilar from the concept of a portrait. So these are in the way that a portrait is not necessarily always devoted simply to the way that a person looks, but that person's character. And in the same sense, people have written some interesting ideas of equating early modern portraiture to city views as well, that this is that these place-based images are trying to capture the character of each place. So the problem that we're trying to solve here is the most common method for studying historical maps tends to involve this idea of georectification. So this is a technique that focuses on the differences between the historical map and modern map layers. So this really is impossible. And the way I say it's not necessarily impossible, it's sort of fruitless to try to do this with choreography. Chorography does not apply mathematical perspective in its renderings, and it doesn't use modern survey techniques, which tend to divide space into a Cartesian grid. So this methodology, while kind of intriguing to show, oh, look how different these images are from natural topography or quote unquote modern base maps, doesn't really go beyond there. So these don't conform. So we're going to look at these things as pre-modern sources rather than what they tend to be used, which is sort of like decoration. I mean, this is the kinds of images that people put on the cover of their book and then never really engage with as spatial objects. So our initial geospatial solutions that we've tried, here's an example, just a walkthrough of the Book of Fortresses website, our project website, where what I'm trying to do is the first method we did is we tried to map every place that's in the book. And then we attempted to contextualize the images from the book in a 3D GIS using a technique that I just sort of refer to as billboarding, where you create you use a combination of the topography that they give you in ArcGIS Online combined with dense data that I've captured on site to try to get a rough idea of where these places are. And this is one technique that sort of allows the objects not to be sort of violently kind of torn and pulled apart. Another method that I've used in the past is to this concept of sort of like reversing georectification. So with georectification, we alter the historic map to make sure that it suits the modern topography. And in reverse georectification, the idea, which didn't really go very far for me, to be honest with you, was to try to take this space, bring it into another program, import a modern topographical map, and then begin to alter the topography so that it suits the historical image instead. So this is where we sort of attempt to grab hills and pull them up, right? The problem was that most of the imagery it doesn't really bear even any semblance to the topography that might be at a particular site. So here we are dragging these hills around. So this was just an initial attempt. And as I said, it wasn't the most productive. So we moved forward with the NEH project, the Sandcastle workflow. And this is a real technical and methodological shift where we're trying to focus on 3D translation of 2D city views, regardless of their adherence to the modern built or natural environment. And so I think of this sort of like the sola scriptura approach, right? We're allowing the sources to speak for themselves rather than trying to make edits to them. So the first part of this process is we have to structure these images into data. And on the left, we have a demonstration of the supervisedly web application that we use to create annotations. This is where we develop, and this is true computational thinking, and that we had to really develop a metadata schema that was going to be appropriate for our translations as well as for the objects themselves. So there are many different object types, from houses to churches to walls, etc. And as we go through the process, you can kind of see we trace the object, and then over here on the left, we start answering questions about them to say that this is a front facade that is, seem to have recorded a cough. Love that. So we have some questions in there that we answer as we go through, and that the idea here is to allow this data to be taken in this two-dimensional realm, and then through some really excellent work where I give a shout out here to Eric Monson. He wrote a Python script that allows us to take the JSON data that comes out of this, the supervisedly program, and run some scripts on it. The scikit image library allows us to create a whole lot of individual file names that have files that have the IDs that are associated with all of the sort of geographical location, the pixel location for each image. And then essentially what we do is we reassemble that object in a three-dimensional environment. We first put it on the two-dimensional plane, then we use a number of, and this is in the Houdini program that we're using the most. This is where we actually use all of that data that we have, we get it back, and we begin doing some procedural modeling on that based on the data. So the data has been structured, and now we need to, with the help of some students through Code Plus, they designed for our different classes of buildings and other natural features, ways of, in some cases, randomizing, but in more cases, reading the data and making it possible to alter the number of crenellations or merlons on the tops of towers, so that we get as faithful as possible of a reconstruction of those images. And Houdini is a visual coding system, really was fantastic to use this summer with students to help get them thinking about how procedural modeling is essentially a way of setting up rules that can potentially break if you push and pull things a little bit too far, and how to build really elastic systems. And here's just a quick slide that shows the way that Houdini works is to develop your own tools. It is very much a tool building kind of software. On the right is, as of this morning, this is the most up-to-date version of our network. And I assure you that zooming in here, there's also kind of some embedded code that has already been kind of clustered in. So this is already the work of about 6 to 9 months of development. That allows us to do some simple things for each object, changing the number of merlons, rotating towers, etc. And this is probably the most important video. We're going to mute this in case there's another cough in here, which I hope there isn't. So in this video, I'm showing you just by sliding the Z translate right here, we're watching one of the towers slide into place into the 3D system. Whereas when you're looking through the camera, this is tower number 0 has not actually been changed during the process. So if I run this back for just a moment, as this is getting larger in this view from the side, you'll notice it doesn't change from that view. So because we've done the math to make sure that as it moves away on a vector away from the camera, the objects will appropriately get larger. And here you can zoom into the object and begin to make some changes that are particular to this particular object. Now, hopefully in the future, we're going to be able to make this a little bit more automated, but that's part of the process. And then just some brief conclusions here. We acknowledge that the conceit of the camera as a lens for viewing historical choreographies has to be procedural. So rather than creating this tool that makes it possible to have one translation of a potentially narrow or a parametric view or panoramic view, we really want to make sure that users are allowed to produce multiple hypothetical reconstructions very quickly. This is the end goal. This is August, what you're seeing on the screen on the right, where we bring all of our hard work from Houdini, which pairs very well with the Unreal game engine, in order to do the second thing that I'm talking about in this conclusion, which is that the spatial and the hierarchical scale in these choreographic images really can be kind of confusing. So the idea that when you walk up to these houses that they are appropriately scaled for the image, but they look like they're about 4 feet tall. Meanwhile, if you look up at the keep and you look at the flag at the top, they're something like 40 feet tall. So it tells us a little bit in terms of experience, what is most important to the choreographer. So the person making these, they're using a variety of observational interests combined with what we might call cartographic or iconographic interests. So objects are allowed to be much bigger if they're more important, and yet you still need to capture place. And that's the kind of thing that we really want to be doing. This is the probably last set. And then the last slide is the sort of it takes a village slide. The current team has 5 students on it. 3 of them are working in Houdini, a few working also in GIS, and there's a long team of previous teams working on the Book of Fortresses. We also had a team of almost 16 researchers that was building up our database of choreographic views and other kind of research through BAS connections. That's not even on this list, but they deserve acknowledgement, I think, too. So that's it.
Thank you so much, Ed. I'm struck by some comment that Jonathan Mattingly made in his panel, that how all of the work that we're looking at is different, but the processes under the hood are using many of the same foundational computational notes and computational methods. And if we had time for a discussion, which I don't think we do, because we're right up against the next session or the break, but I'd be curious to see how the datafication coming from all 3 of your different backgrounds, how that exposes different strategies in computational thinking, especially in terms of students, and that process of taking maps or taking stories from an author or taking kind of historic documents and trying to bring them into an area where they can be compared effectively with computation is a really rich way to teach some of these foundational issues. But that being said, we don't have time to go there. I want to thank you, all three of you, for presenting today. It was a lovely panel, and I'll turn it over to Shelley now.
Well, and Augustus, with thanks to you as well. Well, what a great session, and thank you all. So we'll be starting our break now, and we'll resume at 4 o'clock with our next session.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're now at 4 o'clock, and I invite our new panels to enable their video and come join us. For our next session, the topic will be Innovating Computational Education, and this will be a wonderful area to keep going with the themes of this afternoon, which have been such a wonderful breadth of conversations and topics. I will turn this over to the session moderator.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to this session on Innovating Computational Education. If you don't know me, my name is Quentin Ruiz Esparza, and I'm the Associate Director for Online Duke, which is part of Duke Learning Innovation. And Duke Learning Innovation, really our mission is to partner with schools, programs, and faculty across Duke to help you develop engaging and high quality digital learning. And our work really spans everything from integrating pedagogical best practices into course design, advancing new technologies for student learning, and then also supporting educational research. And finally, what my team does is supporting faculty in designing new online courses and programs. Well, part of our aspirations for today's session was to look at a few examples of some experimentation and innovative ways in which faculty are redesigning education at Duke. These examples that we're about to hear about really demonstrate, I think, the potential for to realize CCT's goal of really expanding access to computational education by really looking at creative ways in engaging students in and outside of the classroom. And I would also add that these are just a few examples for which the timing was right in terms of us highlighting these examples today. But I realize that there's a lot more educational innovation than what we can cover in this short presentation segment. And so what I would just invite folks who are attending today or who are listening to this recording later is to just think about how learning innovation can be supporting you in your teaching. Really, I would say there's 3 ways that we would think about that. One is raising awareness about the great work in your teaching that you're doing already today. Secondly, if you're looking to try new ideas or improve what you're doing, we would really love to just listen and hear what your teaching goals are and see how we can be supporting you, especially with respect to CCT's mission in expanding access to computational education at Duke. And then third is really facilitating coordination, that there's a lot of different things happening in different departments and faculty-led initiatives across campus. And we would really love to work with you all to have broader conversations, cross-departmental conversations about how we can be working together towards CCT's goals. So with that, let me go ahead and introduce our presenters for our session who will be sharing different examples from their works in education. We have Arya Chernik, who's coming to us from the Social Science Research Institute, Akshay Bareja from the Department of Medicine and also closely affiliated with CCT's work, Mina Chenkar-Rindel from the Department of Statistical Science, and finally, Ricardo Henao, who we heard from earlier today, who sits both between biostats and bioinformatics and electrical and computer engineering in Duke Engineering. So with that, I will turn it over to Arya, and I believe you should be able to screen share, Arya.
Yes. All right, are you seeing my screen? Okay, great. So I'd like to just start off today by acknowledging, speaking of computational education and systems, that education, of course, is a system. And like most systems, it was designed by a very few, but it impacts most. And that this system of education that we still have today was designed hundreds of years ago, and yet it looks so similar to what was designed back then. And it is too often rooted in racism, sexism, and other forms of violence and oppression. So simply put, education is not neutral. We are coming to acknowledge that computational education is not, and I would argue must not be siloed. Rather, computational literacy and digital citizenship are necessary aspects of being able to live a fully participatory and self-determined life. As we build more opportunities for computational education at Duke, we must ensure that we are designing equitably, and not only for the world we have today, but also for the world we hope to see tomorrow. So what if we could create joyful, equitable and joyful contexts for computational learning that enabled all students to thrive in today's world and help create a more flourishing tomorrow? So in my view, open design can help us get there. Open design is an equity-centered innovation methodology inspired by the key principles of open source software and human-centered design. So the first principle I'd like to briefly talk about, active inclusivity, and also just give a very brief example of how that shows up in one of the courses that I'm teaching. So active inclusivity in this context does not just mean performative, which unfortunately is sometimes how we see it now. It's derived from a tradition of ethical hospitality that was seen in continental philosophers like Derrida and Levinas, where the host, or we can think about it as the kind of lowercase I, have such a sacred responsibility to the other, to thou, that I am indeed culpable for the acts of the other. So this is the depth and the authenticity of the relationship that we're talking about when we talk about active inclusivity in this process of open design. Unfortunately, we hear, and many of us have lived experiences daily of the inequity in technological algorithms, systems, products, and how that inequity is coded into technology. So in my view, this inequity is in large part a problem of the very inequity in computational education that starts way before college in K-12. In a course that I teach called Designing Ethical Tech, students use this process of open design. And for at least the first half of the semester, they engage in the understand phase, where they do deep empathy work, qualitative research collection, data gathering to deeply understand this crisis of underrepresentation in computational education. Transparency. We are obviously all familiar with the way this word is used, the connotations, the denotations that it shares, that it has, the idea of growth and vitality, but access to knowledge, open education, the idea that education in its most natural state should not be siloed, gated, or chained behind paywalls. In another course that I teach at Duke called CS by Us, Duke students used, again, this open design process with this open design pedagogy to co-create open educational resources focused on justice-centered computer science and computational education. They did this with co-designers who were educators in the Durham community, and we've now grown to educators across North Carolina and indeed North America, which is very exciting. Lastly, collaboration. In another course that I'm teaching called Transformative Learning, students really focus on this idea of, again, not performative collaboration, not group work, not the idea of divide and conquer, not slicing a pie into 4 parts, which really is just a surface collaging, a cut and pasting, but the idea that they are better together in organic co-creation, that what they create could not have happened otherwise. It is co-labor. And in this course, Transformative Learning, students are, again, using open design to think about what do students need to thrive in the 21st century as they graduate from Duke, and how can we create more transformative learning experiences at Duke. And so as I hope is clear from this, the really kind of most important aspect of this work is the open piece. There are some other key ideas, concepts, but really it's about trying to bring down that wall between what we do at Duke and what happens in the world around us, which is an artificial and quite violent wall at times. So I'll close with Freire's hope that education allows us to see reality in transformation, and note that as computational education, just like technology itself, continues to emerge at lightning speeds, we must remember that now is the time to transform and design it with all voices authentically at the table. So that is what I and many of my colleagues at Duke are trying to do. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Aria. Before we transition to Akshay, I was just reflecting on your presentation there, and I do have one question, if you don't mind. I think for educators attending right now, who might be reflecting on these principles at a high level, there's a lot to process there, and I'm curious, speaking colleague to colleague, what might you say to an educator who's considering these principles as sort of like a first step of either reflection or looking at their course, what it is today, and what it might look like to integrate these principles into their teaching?
Yeah, it's something that we talk a lot about with our students, and I think the place that I always start, it's not an easy place to start, but what is the purpose of education in the 21st century? Because I truly believe that it is quite different even than from 30 years ago, where there was a reason that knowledge was so kind of expensive. Knowledge was very static. You had to kind of go to certain places to get that knowledge. It really is a very different world. And so I think, kind of going back to that place of what's the purpose of education? What is my purpose here as an educator? And is my course serving that purpose and serving students in being able to thrive when they graduate?
Thank you. That's great. Very helpful for me. All right. Well, Akshay will be sharing next about a program he's developed teaching data science. So yeah, I'll transition to you, Akshay.
Great. Thanks, Quentin. So I think it'll be easiest if I just share my whole screen. Can you see this browser?
That's great. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So today I thought I would talk about a reading group, a computational biology reading group that my colleagues, Dr. Paul Castellano, Dr. Matt Hershey, and I started a few months ago. And the goal, and this is a meeting group, this is a reading group that meets every couple of weeks, and we live stream our meetups, and those sessions are also recorded, and there's a YouTube playlist that is dedicated to this on the CCT, as part of the CCT YouTube account. The goal of this, the objective of this reading group is to get together people who are interested in acquiring skills that will help them analyze their own data and also analyze kind of biological big data in general. And to help us deliver this material, we developed an R package. And that's really what I'll be talking about and describing in the next few minutes. Coincidentally, there's this paper here called The Tools and Recommendations for Reproducible Teaching that was published just last week by Professor Meena Chantakaya-Randell, who I believe is the next speaker. She published it with a colleague of hers. And the recommendation of this paper is that just as it's a good idea to have research be reproducible, it's a good idea to have teaching be reproducible. And they point to three so-called pillars of reproducible teaching: openness, documentation, as in it's supposed to be well documented, and reproducible. And I hope to show you that the approach that we are adopting achieves all three goals, or at least tries to achieve all three goals. And so this is what the package that I mentioned that we've developed for this reading group, it lives on the CCT GitHub page, and it's called CBRG, Computational Biology Reading Group, and it looks like this. So one of the 3 pillars is that it should be well documented, and we have a README page, and that describes what this package is, how to use it, both to teach and to teach others potentially, and to self-teach. It is open because this is a public GitHub repo, and it is reproducible because this is a public repository. You can fork this repository if you like, and then use it for your own purposes. You can submit a pull request if you want to change something or add something. You're welcome to do that. The easiest thing to do, though, is what I'm going to demonstrate now. Let's say you're just happy with this package and you just want to use it. The requirements we have for both using this package to both teach others and to potentially just learn are that you have obviously a computer with a stable internet connection, the programming language R, and this thing that you can see here, RStudio, which is an example of an integrated development environment. And all of those things, well, RStudio and R are really easy to install. So once you have that, and this is how we begin every meetup, we open up RStudio, and you can see a console here. And the first thing we do is we always install this package, or rather, in my case, reinstall it because we update this package. And with just this one line, it should hopefully download pretty quickly. It will take a little bit of time because as over the last few weeks, as we've had more and more meetups, this package has become bigger and bigger, which I guess is a good problem to have. So it should download pretty quickly. But in the meantime, if this is your first time seeing RStudio, it's a wonderful tool, and it makes programming really easy. So that's it. So we've downloaded it, and then we load our package. And this package has a few what we hope are useful functions, that allow you to do useful things. One thing is we can launch a project associated, we can launch a script associated with a given meetup. So we just use this function called launch_project, and then give it the number of the meetup. So I put in 13 because that was the most recent meetup. And our most recent meetup was on an introduction to single-cell RNA sequencing, which is quite an advanced topic in general, and especially advanced if this is your first time doing this kind of analysis. And we hope that by having this package, all you have to do is, once you've loaded the package, just run that function, and then you get this script here that has all of the additional packages that you need to install to do this analysis. It also has links to what we hope are some useful resources. And actually, since this is a demonstration, I'm just going to go ahead and run this while I describe what the script does, or what we can use the script for. And so we see we have hopefully useful links to different resources. We typically use some kind of book, and that's usually online and freely available as our guide. And so there's this book, a link to this book here, developed by the Sanger Institute for a course that they ran a couple of years ago on single-cell RNA sequencing. Importantly, we also have links to where you can download the data. And we try our best to do demonstrations using quote-unquote real-life data. And so the data that we've just downloaded, this corresponds to, as I said, single-cell RNA sequencing data that was collected and is associated with a study that was published. So we already know what the results of the study are and what kinds of analyses were done. And so we can try as a goal to reproduce that, which is kind of a fun exercise. Then we see here that we try to document our code as well as possible. So ideally, this is done with some kind of guidance, which is what we hope to provide during our meetups. But we also hope that these scripts are not entirely self-explanatory, but can help you go through it just by yourself. And I also mentioned that we record these sessions. So one way in which I envision people can benefit from this kind of asynchronously is to download the package, launch a script, and then maybe put up the recording, play the recording on their phones, and they can watch the recording while they code. And we also have a couple of other features. I'll just mention one. So you can see here we have just kind of empty chunks where we just ask questions, but we don't actually provide the code. And that's to help the learner try out some of their new skills. But in case you don't know the answer or you want to look up an answer, you can use the launch_project function again, and then we have a parameter called show answers. All we have to do is set it to be true. And then that launches another script, which is identical to the previous one, except this is complete with all the code for all the questions. So, before I finish, I would like to acknowledge the funding that we've received for this project that was provided by, it was a Duke faculty seed grant that was given to us generously by the Office for Faculty Advancement. And with that, I will stop sharing and yeah.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Akshay. I was really, I get a little intimidated when I see a GitHub repo, and it's not mine. So it's really cool to see you walk through that and visualize how that works for the learners. One question for you about it is, I'm curious what made you go with this sort of reading group structure where you're meeting every few weeks. What was the motivation between that design of the learning experience, and how has that worked in terms of being the right fit or keeping the biologists engaged in coming back for, like, are they able to attend each one? Or are they sort of catching up ones that they missed on? Can someone just pop in a particular week and try to glean from it? It's sort of a cluster of a question, but curious what you think about this design and engagement.
All great questions. Yeah. So we thought it was important from the start to have regular meetups just to keep that momentum going. And initially it was a weekly thing, but we found that we were getting some feedback that positive feedback in general, the feedback that the pace was a little overwhelming. And so we reduced the frequency to every 2 weeks. And I think that's a good compromise between doing something that's too frequent. And the problem with doing something monthly is people forget maybe. Mm-hmm. And one of your other questions was about, can people jump in whenever possible? And so we try to do that, enable people to do that. Unfortunately, there are many times we refer to something that we've already gone over, but we do our best to show at least a minimal example of what something should look like. And then we put a link to, well, if you want to spend some more time learning about this, we've covered this previously. And in terms of engagement, we have a few diehard fans who attend live, but it is really nice to see that there's a lot of engagement afterwards. And people come back, and I think it's just easier to, in fact, I often say when I'm doing these like code alongs that it's not really a code along because it's difficult enough to listen to someone and just listen to them, but to also code simultaneously is oftentimes impossible. So I usually tell people to just watch and then they can watch the recording later on and code themselves later on.
Gotcha. Thank you so much for sharing. Well, Mina will be sharing another novel way in which she's trying to bring data science to the learner. And so, yeah, Mina, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead. Sorry. All right, are we seeing the slides?
Yeah, it looks great. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. So yeah, thanks very much for having me. These 2 talks have been great in the session so far. And my goal is to talk about, yet another way of giving students some experience coding. and particularly in the context of data science. So the program that I'll be talking about is called Coding Out Loud. And let me start with kind of the motivation behind wanting to do one more thing in this area. So one of my goals with this was to kind of provide more opportunities for students to, and I'm going to say it like this, code around and find out approach to learning. Because oftentimes when we are teaching kind of data science in the classroom, there's this expectation that you actually teach the students kind of what to do, and then come assessment time, either that's a homework assignment or a project, they're doing things on their own. So often there's this expectation that all or part of that should have been taught in the class first. And obviously there's many kind of modern and experimental ways of doing teaching in the classroom where we just kind of let the students find out on their own. But one of the difficulties I find is that trying to explore some of those, particularly in the large size classes that I tend to teach, sometimes is difficult. And it can also leave behind some students who might be worried about exactly how am I going to get assessed with it. So my idea was, can we do something extracurricular, or what are some things that we can do extracurricularly? Another piece of information I was kind of moving with in designing this is that there's been lots of positive feedback from students who take courses from us, and also kind of mentioned in literature when it comes to computing education, is that students like hands-on activities and they like live coding sessions. And so I wanted to kind of bring some of that into the mix as well. And another thing about kind of the design of this program is to try to teach students to learn to make peace with exploration, with an aim, but not always a conclusion. And to be honest, I said teach students, but myself as well. I think sometimes it's quite difficult to say, I'm going to try this for a while and then walk away. Instead, but I think that it's a nice way of getting some practice without feeling like everything has to be perfect each time. And ultimately, we wanted to generate artifacts for learning and also for student portfolios. So the students who are involved in it can share these pieces of artifacts as I have been involved in making this. And then similarly, we can reuse them perhaps for other learning experiences. So in terms of the design, one of the pillars was that it be student driven. So the learning experience should be designed around student interest. It should be time boxed, and I'm saying about 5 hours total. So each one of these Coding Out Loud episodes we expect no more than 5 hours from the student's time. And one of those hours is a live coding session that I'll be giving some examples from before, but there's a little bit of work before and a little bit of work after. And it's a paid thing so that we can actually clearly reward their time and commitment to this, acknowledging that it takes time to, create something that would be worth resharing and looking at, and ultimately not too stressful. So in this case, we're talking about a live coding session with a student. And I was originally thinking that if at the very beginning, we just told the students, you're going to live code for an hour and you're going to have a live audience being streamed on YouTube, and maybe we'll be pair programming, but you're going to be typing yourself. It seemed like the reaction from the students I kind of checked in with was, that sounds quite intimidating. So what we decided to do was to flip things around where we do put them on the spot, but not really put them on the spot. So they're not the ones deriving and writing the code, but they're the ones who are navigating and kind of telling me what to do. So putting all of these pieces together, what came about is this idea of a session, which is a 1 hour, one data set, and a pair of programmers. The goal is to collaboratively explore and visualize data. So far, at least, we haven't dived into much modeling. Maybe that's something we dive into later as we iterate on these and potentially expand the definition. But so far, we've kept it on the exploration and visualization side. And most importantly, showcasing the process of doing data science as opposed to just the end results. There's a live coding component, and we're trying to figure out an audience participation component, but there's a lot of moving pieces when you're recording one of these things. So I'm not going to claim that we have necessarily figured that piece out yet. So in terms of implementation, how this goes about is the student chooses a data set or a focus or an inspiration, and then the faculty designs the learning experience around it. So by designs a learning experience, the idea is that carves out something that could potentially be reached within an hour, with the understanding that it very well might not be reached within an hour, but there would still be something worthwhile that can be generated in that hour. And then we do a brief check-in with the student and then start prep some starting materials. So that's some materials on a GitHub repository, and also set up an RStudio Cloud project where those who are participating live, even if they don't have R and RStudio installed, can just click on a link and find themselves in an RStudio window. Then we do the hour-long pair programming session, and then the student scripts an intro and an outro depending on how things went, depending on the trajectory we took. That gets recorded in the studio, and then thanks to help from Learning Innovations, those get stitched back onto the video. So now we actually have in the middle this live pair programming session, and around it this intro and outro. So I wanted to, in terms of prep materials, this is the sort of thing, if people choose to do so, can go to RStudio Cloud, to a project that we have set up for them. You can kind of see that there's like tasks that are outlined that we're going to try to go through, and our markdown file that they can work off of, but the rest of that is empty. In this case, we're trying to regenerate that picture. And you can also see in the Files tab that after the fact, we have actually added a version of this that's with developed code. So we've had 3 of these episodes so far, and I wanted to, my goal isn't to like play large pieces of that, but show you a little bit how they look like once the videos are recorded. And these are kind of hot off the press. Yep, let's start over here.
I'm not sure if we're able to hear it.
Okay, then maybe if you're not able to hear it, then I'll just speak over that. So this was Lillian, who with whom we recreated that Kusama piece, and she's basically doing the intro. Another example was working with Holly, where we were doing, so that was a generative art example. In this case, we were building a table that Holly had sketched out for us, and we were basically trying to recreate this from this data set on makeup shades. And then in the first episode, working with Evan, we were trying to recreate recreate a visualization that was about Doctor Who episodes. So all of these videos are available, or will be available with all of the pieces soon. And in terms of next steps, we want to post these back, explore how these can be used for other learning experiences, maybe involve more students, maybe more faculty, more tools. And I would love to re-invite these students for a second round, where they're the driver and maybe another student is the navigator, and completely step out of the frame at some point and let students run with it. And all of the artifacts from these episodes can be found at this location at bit.ly Coding Out Loud. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mina. I got to see one of these, I think it was the makeup one. And one of the things that I appreciated is there's a little bit of that back and forth between you and the student, where you, a lot of the benefits of live coding, right? That you run into problems and it's not really sure what's going wrong. And I think seeing that it's not just this smooth linear process, but that, you know, it's like you said, you're not sure necessarily what problems you encounter. Seems to be an empathetic way to teach. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. I think one of the things people see is that, okay, this is somebody who has a title of professor and obviously can't even type a word without a typo, but also that sometimes we don't necessarily get to where we envisioned we might take another trajectory and still end up with something we're happy with. And I think that process is really useful to capture, and sometimes hard to do so in a classroom setting.
Yes, definitely. I see some activity in the chat. You're getting some coding out loud love from Augustus. So yeah.
Thanks.
Well, thank you again, Mina. We will now hear from Ricardo, who will be talking about plus data science and some different things that they've been trying in, again, a co-curricular approach, I think, to teaching data science.
Okay, thank you, Quentin. So in this short time frame, I am going to tell you about one of the components of plus data science, which we like to understand as data science for everyone. But before that, I am going to tell you a little bit about the vision we have for plus DS. I'm just going to read it. So the plus data science is an educational initiative that it was created to expand the knowledge of machine learning and other data science and artificial intelligence tools across multiple academic fields. So what you have on the slide is links to the Plus Data Science website, as well as for the CCT, which is supporting the Plus Data Science initiative. And what we have here is the leadership team of Plus DS. We have Shelley, who is the director of the Symposium today, David Carlson, which is the director of the DQ certificate. We heard from him earlier today, and also Tim Dunn, who is a professor in biomedical engineering. We count with the supports of IID, Duke OIT AI Health, as well as the Center for Computational Thinking, as I mentioned before. And Plus DS is composed of roughly 3 different but complementary components. One of them is the short-term schools. I am going to briefly talk about the short-term schools in the end, learning experience and the learning project. So most of the time I am going to spend on the learning projects, which is the bottom one in this slide. So the learning projects are the Plus DS's commitment to experiential education. Is our idea of helping students learn about data science and machine learning through projects, so learning by doing. The picture that you have here is from probably the last in-person showcase we had back in 2018 in Gross Hall. So these learning projects, so let me tell you a little bit about it. So introduce students to real-world applications of machine learning. So we use real data. In some cases, depending on the level of the student, we use actual real projects happening at Duke. Otherwise, we use real data that was released as part of a challenge, or it's data that is as close to raw data as possible to get the students engaged with the reality that is dealing with real data. They are going to learn about data science and tools for machine learning. We have 3 different cycles, spring, summer, and fall. The one in the summer operates as an internship. We are pretty open. Projects can be used as an experience for students, but those that are interested in an independent study or a capstone project, a rotation, a master thesis, they are welcome to use these projects as part of a larger project. And that's why we also allow students to be in more than one of the cycles. We accept applications from any student at Duke, from any department. The only thing that we require is to have a basic background in data science, if anything, because we want the students to start at a relatively basic level. And as I said before, students can participate in multiple cycles if they want to use the project as a thesis, or if they are interested in taking it to completion and perhaps work towards a publication. But at the same time, we also emphasize soft skills. We have a journal club that promotes skills such as presentation, understanding of scientific papers, and questions and answering with a public. So far, since 2019, we have had 90 students involved in the program. The general format of the program is we have a call for each cycle. Projects are selected based on the interests of the students. So it's not that we have a collection of projects and then we select students. We first select the students, then we talk with the students, and then we assign one project per student. We decide to use one project per student because we want them to be concentrated in their own workflow and their own understanding of the data and the work and their own rhythm for the project. Students are provided with high performance computational resources. We have weekly meetings to assess progress and provide guidance. We have, as I said before, a journal club to promote soft skills. And then we have Slack channels to promote asynchronous communications with mentors and among students. So what you have here is a snapshot of the cohort from fall last year. We had 10 students, 2 PhD students, 5 master students, 3 undergrads. 4 of the students continued from summer last year. The projects have, they are diverse in nature. We have 4 students, 4 projects in computer vision for medical imaging, 1 project in bioinformatics that had involved a PhD candidate in pharmacology, for example. This is a student that wanted to expand her data science abilities. And then we have 5 projects in electronic health records and time series data. Our current cohort, which is the spring 2022 cohort, has 13 students. We have 1 medical student, 2 PhD students, 6 master students, and 4 undergrads. You can see the roster of projects. We have a number of projects in computer vision, 2 projects in bioinformatics, 4 projects in tabular and time series, including electronic health records. And this semester, we had 1 student interested in natural language processing. Some of the students are continuing either from last fall or from the summer last year. What we have here is our call. This is a plugin for our program for the summer. This is the call for student applications. You have a QR code for those interested in applying. This is a 10-week full-time learning experience. Students will get a stipend for their participation. And it will follow roughly the same format as I explained before. We are aiming to do it in person this year. This is going to happen on the 3rd floor of Gross Hall, which is where IID happens. And it includes different activities such as the journal club. We also have coding clinics to make sure that we provide a more rounded experience for the students. Now, very briefly, I am going to talk about the short school. This is the call for our previous winter machine learning school. This was a 3-day live virtual curriculum that happened in January of this year. Now we are in preparation for the new school for the summer. So we will send a formal announcement in a couple of weeks. This machine learning winter school attracted 140 participants across the world. This is one of the benefits of doing it virtual from 45 universities and companies. And so far, this winter summer school is our 10th machine learning school. We've done another 9 in the past, some of them at Duke, some of them overseas, most of them in person, but now we are switching to a hybrid to allow people from around the world to join us and learn about data science in machine learning. The general format of the school is multiple sessions. Then what is one session that is mathematically live, introducing the theme of the day, another one that is mathematically rigorous for those interested in the mathematical details of machine learning. Then we have coding sessions, and then we have case studies to showcase the capabilities of the machine learning tools that we are highlighting. We have a GitHub repository, so all the code that we use in the machine learning schools, we make it public for everyone to use. And to complement the schools, we also have a Coursera machine learning introduction for those that are interested in that asynchronous content. So thank you very much. And I will take questions.
Awesome. Thanks, Ricardo. I am curious. Several of the programs that you'll have been developing, the philosophy or the strategy seems very focused on people who have some sort of basic level of data science or programming skills, and allowing them to really take that to the next level in applied real world projects. A lot of them in the latter program in health, but the larger plus DS projects program, it seems like it's really whatever field the students would like. What would you say are pathways for students who are not yet knowledgeable or have those basic skills to be able to, in their first or second year in Duke, to acquire those skills and then come into those programs? Do you have a sense of what Plus DS is thinking about for that?
Definitely. And we understand that there are gaps in there. Although we are calling this data science for everyone, we understand that there is a minimum requirement, and we would like to fill those requirements, but it becomes difficult with the breadth that data science has. However, there are also partners in the CCT that offer basic content for programming or introduction to algorithmic thinking. Then we have the CoLab, we have Code Plus, we have a number of initiatives at Duke, some of which are associated with the CCT that allows students to do that first jump.
Right.
Everyone sort of umbrella that we are trying to have is to really give the opportunity to students that want to learn machine learning or want to learn about health data science, but perhaps are not in that world. And that's why we have students from pharmacology that want to learn about bioinformatics, or we have a medical student that wants to learn about very sophisticated machine learning models, and we try to bridge those gaps. But in order to make it efficient in a semester, even though we allow students to have multiple cycles, to make it efficient, we need to set a little bit of a floor. And that's why what we do initially is we receive applications from students, we talk with them, and then one of the first things we ask the students is, what do you want to take away from this? What do you want to learn? And then we select projects based on that. And we understand that some students are going to get very far away, even to the point of doing real research and perhaps publishing a paper. Some of them just really want hands-on experience with real data, and they are not going to do anything too sophisticated. But different students have different needs and they have different goals. And the purpose of the program is try to listen to what the student wants to do with data science and try to create a path for them to achieve that.
Well, that's fascinating just to see you supporting customized goals for students learning, and great numbers. It's great to see so many students have gone through or are going through that program. Well, we do have some time for questions. So folks who are on the live stream, feel free to put them in the chat if you have some. But I'll start us off with one, which is just reflecting on educators at Duke who their interest is peaked now. They have some interest in bringing computational concepts and methods into their teaching, but it's not something that's part of their teaching today. And I'm curious what your reflections are on that challenge. I don't necessarily expect you all to have the answers ready to go, but what are your initial reactions to that challenge of how educators might begin to rethink their teaching or engage in some way or retool in some way to be able to consider what computation might mean for their teaching today and how they might be integrating that in their field of expertise? Anyone?
Maybe I'll give it a try. I think it depends on one, the skill, like the current skills of the instructor, because there are some folks who are teaching courses, by definition, that course may not have a computational component, but they themselves do lots of computation, maybe as part of their research, and their teaching is reflecting maybe part of what they are interested in, not others. And I think there, maybe the answer is a bit easier in the sense that they obviously can do this themselves. It's just about making the room in the classroom to be able to do that. And also being able to communicate to students that that will be part of the class. I mean, I teach in statistics, and when I used to teach Introduction to Statistics, like a course titled that, students would say, I didn't expect there to be so much coding in here. So what did you expect there to be? But it's true, because it didn't say computer science on the title. So I think being able to communicate that so students know what they're getting themselves into is good. But what if the other thing where you're teaching something, that there's computational approaches, and maybe you have collaborators who do that sort of stuff, but you're not the one who codes. And I think for those, the opportunities like, Best Connections and Data Plus and whatnot are great ways to bring in others. And maybe that's not the classroom per se, but at least some experience. And I think some faculty do co-teaching, but I feel like we don't do a lot of that here at Duke as some other institutions. And maybe that's a model to explore as well.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I can offer a little bit of a different perspective of something that we did like 3 or 4 years ago. So as part of some of the work that I do that is separate from PLUS DS, we work with a lot of clinicians that are interested in bioinformatics and that work with statisticians and bioinformaticians. And they don't really want to learn to code, or they don't want to program their own analysis, but they definitely want to be better at communicating with quantitative scientists and statisticians. So what we did was to create a workshop in which we were going to walk them through the process of analyzing molecular data. And the purpose of the workshop is not to teach them to code. And we told them from the very beginning, we are not teaching you to code. We are going to walk you through the process so you understand the way we do things. You understand what is involved with all the coding. So you get better at talking with statisticians and people that write code. And in the process, you get to see what's going on. Some of you might be able to use the code and do something else. Some of you just might be able to take the experience and use it as a way to talk with other quantitative people. But the purpose is not really about teaching them to code. It's to use the code as a way for them to understand what quantitative people do.
That's a helpful way of framing it. We have just 2 minutes. I'll just ask one more question and see if anyone would like to chime in on this. And that is really thinking about our students, about our, students and learners more broadly, right? Because it could be like researchers that Akshay is working with. And that's just based on the experiences that you all have had. Any thoughts about what is important in designing learning in a way that really keeps the learner motivated and engaged when they are completely new to computation, and this can be intimidating, overwhelming, and all the other barriers you might face. So any thoughts on that?
I have a couple of thoughts on that. So I think it's essential to make this whole process as friction-free as possible. And that's really the motivation for why we developed the package. It's just that we make minimal assumptions that you have R&R Studio installed. And beyond that, all you have to do is install this package and it has everything for you. So you don't have to go to a website. You don't have to worry about things like Git or version control. All of these things we hope that people will acquire. These are skills they will acquire in time. But it's a step-by-step process. So yeah, just make it as simple as possible.
Any other answers? Any other thoughts?
Well, I can quickly say something about the way that we run the machine learning schools. We always start the first session with just conceptual thinking about machine learning. No math, no equations, nothing. It's just what is any given model or any machine learning tool trying to accomplish, and what do you want to do it? right? And that piques the interest of the attendees and the students. And then for those that are interested in the details, of course, we can give you 2 hours of math, and half of the students will be very happy with it. But the first hour has to be about the concepts and how those concepts can help them, their fields moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you all for a wonderful session. I love how this, as a last polling session, has really just given us so much perspective on such a number of different methods and approaches. But the commonality that you all are so committed to the student experience and the opportunities. Thank you all. We'll go on break now, and returning at 5 o'clock, we'll have the awardees of the AI and Art competition. So please stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. This is our final session of the Computational Thinking Symposium, and what a great way to end. We're so pleased that the winners of the 2022 AI for Art competition will be joining us. So I invite you all to come onto video, and we're glad to welcome back Augustus, who will be helping us to introduce us to these winners.
Hi, if you don't know me already, I'm Augustus Wendell, Assistant Professor of the Practice of Art History, and Visual Studies, and a core faculty member in Computational Media, Arts, and Cultures. And I'm pleased to be here presenting the 3 winning entries from the 2022 AI for Art competition. Using algorithms to generate art promotes deeper understanding of the ways that artificial intelligence is changing the visual and media-based world around us, and provokes inquiry into the endeavor and humanity behind creativity. The 2022 Duke AI for Art competition was a forum for artworks generated by artificial intelligence methods, systems, networks, and algorithms. The competition was open to students, faculty, and staff at the university, and we encouraged people from any discipline or field to participate, regardless of prior experience. This year, we received submissions from across the university, and they ranged from textual poetics to cinematic sequences synthesizing performances between artists and iconic film sequences and synthetic image generation. And from all of these submissions, our judges deliberated and selected the following 3 winners who are here to share some of their work. In 3rd place is a submission from Michael Gao, a PhD student in the Department of Biostatistics and Bioinformatics, and Christopher Liu, a medical student. And I believe Michael is here to briefly present and discuss the work.
Thanks, Augustus. I want to quickly go through our work in the time that we have. So thank you on behalf of everyone here. So our work is entitled Synesthesia. So synesthesia refers to like blending of senses, such as hearing color or seeing sounds. And our work focuses on Wassily Kandinsky, who was an abstract artist of the 20th century who claimed to experience synesthesia. And so this is a tribute to his work and an evolution of his work. So if we just take a look at briefly some of Kandinsky's works, we see that he had his own sort of evolution in terms of going more and more abstract, focusing on geometric forms in different periods of his work. And he was also an art theorist himself, and his seminal work was called Point and Line to Plane, which focused on the physical, spiritual, and emotive properties of points, lines, and planes, and the relationship between them and their induced emotions in the viewer. And so here's some excerpts from his work. Our modern theory of points, lines, and planes, in this case hyperplanes, extends to support vector machines, which is what we use to create the canvas for our work, which is all about separating hyperplanes in higher dimensions. And essentially, this allows us to map data into dimensions that we can't visually see in order to find things that might be able to separate classes. So for the canvas for our work, what we did was we took 200 of Kandinsky's works and classified them depending on which period they fell into. We embed these paintings into a high dimensional space, we train this SVM, and we find this optimal hyperplane that separates them. And to create the canvas, we then project the decision boundary onto 2 dimensions. And so this might look, like something you might do in MS Paint or something, but actually each point represents one of his pieces of art, and the separating hyperplanes are these different color blocks that you see when projected into 2 dimensions. And the next thing we do is we want to imbue that with a little bit of Kandinsky's style. So we use neural style transfer. Neural style transfer trains a deep neural network that takes a style of one image and applies it onto another. And for that, our candidate image is transverse lines, which was composed by Kandinsky right as he was working on Point and Line to Plane. And it's really about the study of intersection, just as we are intersecting Kandinsky's style with an embedding generated by AI. And so our final work is entitled Synesthesia, and we feel that it truly embodies the name, as it is, rather than blending just human senses, we're blending human and artificial senses, and it's a tribute to Kandinsky's Point and Line to Plane and the natural evolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's fantastic work. In 2nd place, we have the submission from Bruce Donald, the James B. Duke Professor of Computer Science, Mathematics, and Chemistry at Duke University. And Bruce is here to present and discuss the submission, and I'm going to share slides for him to speak over. So give me a moment to share my screen. go. Bruce, do you want to unmute and guide us through this?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. So I teach in the computer science department. My background actually is humanities and undergraduate, 6 years at the Graduate School of Design at Harvard. And I was interested in textual poetics, but that would take you in a different direction. So most computer poetry is very short. And I was interested in the kind of repetition you see in very long poems. So the question was, can you make something that would transport one as if to another country, emblemized by this flag, which the text is embedded, in which the repetition, as well as large vocabulary and transformative grammars, inspired by Bob Warwick's work, student of Chomsky's, would allow us to actually give some power to the text. And the goal was to get something that was as hermetic, but possibly as interesting as maybe Wallace Stevens aspirationally, that makes little sense at first, but after reading, we can imbue with one's own sense of text and meaning. So very long poem here generated with Alfred, the name of this heroic poem. It can be as long as you want. It's written in a version of Lisp that I also teach in my sophomore year class. Next slide, we can look at a detail of this. So it will generate a very long poem in this style. And again, when I first encountered the Auroras of Autumn or Notes Toward a Supreme Fiction or Esthétique du Mal, I had to read it many times. I'm not saying this rises to the level of our greatest 20th century poet, but nevertheless, it certainly has the property that if you read through it, there's repetition and there's also some mystery. And I think the goal was that when we see an epithet like the wine dark sea, I think it has its power through the repetition as much as it does from the imagery. Maybe next slide for a little more of this. Thank you for Augustus putting this together. So this is all generated by these sort of transformer grammars. It's basically pretty good English grammar. It has a large vocabulary that it learned from to do this. And if we look at a little piece of the code that is here, basically this is all a generalization of kind of the Chomsky MIT style of syntactic and semantic transformations in order to essentially view this as a transformational problem. Whether it's successful or not, please take a look and see whether you like it. I think that one interesting thing is that it can run in the background and attach this to every email that you send if you want to harass your friends. So this is my attempt to sort of merge the visual aspect a little bit with the notion of a truly huge poem, but computer generated. And thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure to compete.
Fantastic. Thank you, Professor Donald. The final submission and the first place submission is from Xinhu Quan, who's an MA student in the Computational Media Arts and Cultures program. And Xinhu is here to briefly present and discuss her submission.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be here. And I will share my screen to present my work a little bit. Okay, so my project questions and reflects the process of global production of blue and white porcelain through the use of artificial intelligence. So through overseas trading and throughout history, the visual appearance of blue and white porcelain have varied in style, in pattern, and in materials. Here's an example of the data that I gathered for the blue and white porcelain produced in different places and in different time periods. So the blue and white porcelain was originated in Jingdezhen, China. And the way that foreign workshops produce these ceramic works often skipped an understanding of the common cultural motifs present on the plates and vases, but instead they had to rush to a result to satisfy the European consumer markets. And this process, I think, could be comparable to how AI operates, which generates outputs without fully understanding the meaning of the inputs. So the common way of making a porcelain is to start with a drawing, a sketch out design for a pattern to be put out into the final products. So the Europeans and Japanese and other foreign countries incorporated their own cultural motifs into the products and mixed materials without the authentic recipe. But in the end, they produce something that's visually very similar to the authentic Jingdezhen, where, as you can see here. So I trained a Pix-to-Pix network using images like these which I find on Wiki Commons, and wrote a script to just like batch download them. Because these images are photos, I had to like process them before I can turn them into sketch-like designs. And this would be the process of like taking out the contour and masking it and making them into a sketch. I separated them into use for training and testing. Here's the result of a 50K iterations. The input image is the sketch, and you may compare it with the ground truth with the AI generated result. And here's more of them. So I think at first sight, these AI generated results would look a lot like blue and white porcelain plates, but on a closer look, you will see like many unexpected twists. It's the same thing, I think, for the European Japanese plates. Things like incorrect symbols and wrongly dressed people, or very rigorous linear perspective, or even nudes, which are things that you won't see in like traditional Chinese art at that point in time. And these details would betray the origin of these plates, but also adds a new flavor to the art. So the end of the story for the global trade of blue and white porcelain reached a state where both the Chinese and the foreign manufacturers are learning from each other and perfecting the art by bringing in innovation in style and in material, and try to satisfy clients from across the sea who has different cultural background and taste. So I think art created by AI could also inspire human artists in the same way. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Xinhue. You powered through the last slide, but it kind of showed how your system embodied this aesthetic that was made portable and that is kind of problematic in its portability across the globe in the creation of blue and white from arbitrary images from a variety of the producing cultures. Lovely to see all three of these. Congratulations to all of you, and thanks for all the other submissions that we gathered this year. And I'm going to now pass the baton on to Matt Hershey to close out the symposium.
All right. Thank you, Augustus. And thank you to all of the AI for Art participants. What a fantastic way to put a cherry on top of an excellent day. When I opened the symposium, I promised you that we were going to have a wide range of topics from humanities to art to science and beyond. And it was really impressive and exciting to see all of the applications. And so this is just the first of many planned public events, symposia and beyond, that the CCT will sponsor to share what we're doing, what we're learning, and what we're finding out along the way. So there's some links below. If you want to subscribe to this channel to stay alerted to some of these events, feel free to do so. You can always email our email address, computationalthinking@duke.edu, to get involved, or if you have questions or follow-up. And we will take this symposium and reshare it into smaller segments. So if there's something that you missed or something that you want to share, then you can go ahead and find these in the coming days and weeks on this channel. So I would like to acknowledge all of the speakers, all of the students and participants of the art show, all of our technical support who have been tirelessly working behind the scenes for several weeks to make this possible, and especially Shelley Resinkovich, our symposium director. And lastly, I'd like to thank you all for your attention and your time to join us today. And so with that, we'll be signing off, and we look forward to sharing more with you in the future. Bye-bye.